Good afternoon, everyone. It is Tuesday, April 8th, 2025. This is a school board workshop, and the time is 1 p.m. Sergeant at Arms, has the lobby been cleared? Yes. Thank you. Board member persons will be joining us this afternoon via Zoom. There are 13 items on today's agenda. The Alva School Future Farmers of America will be joining us. Safety accreditation, or Office of Safe Schools quarterly report, quarter 3. District Advisory Committee report, status of hurricane repairs, construction change order report for February 2025, policy review pre-briefing, budget overview, fiscal responsibility action plan, proposed organizational changes, job descriptions, public comment, and good of the order or other business. Per board protocol, each board member should strive for 4 minutes for initial comment, 2 for follow-up, with a total of 10 minutes during discussion. I'm going to try to hold all of us accountable to that with such a heavy lift today, so that we don't run into problems with our action meeting following this meeting. But the bright shining spot in our day today is here, and that is the Alva School Future Farmers of America. Kimberly Schmidt will be presenting. Welcome.
Good morning. On behalf of the Alva School and the Alva Middle FFA, we would like to thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to share with you our passion of agriculture in the FFA. The salads presented to you today were a product of our vertigrow, the chickens from our coop, and love from our children. So without further ado, Mr. Langley, if you'd like to begin.
No, I appreciate you. We're in that. Thanks. No. There's. Well. I don't have sorry, this is not coming up the same way that we originally had it. So I'm trying to figure this out. This should be a video. I'm not going to talk. They're going to talk. I'm just going to quit.
You should go to the thing on the side, and you should be to the next slide.
It's not good. Okay, so how do you do it?
No worries, a little technical difficulty there. All right, go ahead.
I believe in the future of agriculture with a faith born not of words, but of deeds. Achievements won by the present and past generations of agriculturalists, and the promise of better days through better ways, even as the better things we now enjoy have come to us from the struggles of former years.
Future Farmers of America was founded in 1928 in Kansas City, Missouri. In 1929, the colors national blue and corn gold were adopted as our official colors. In 1930, the official FFA creed written by E.M. Tiffany is adopted. Official dress of dark blue shirt, blue or white pants, blue cap, and yellow tie is also established. FFA is during this time limited to males members only. The top left photo is members of official judging teams in 1928. The bottom middle one is National Sheep Judging in 1929. The top right one is E.M. Tiffany, author of the FFA Creed.
In 1933, the blue corduroy jacket was established into official dress. In 1935, NFA, New Farmers of America, is founded as a national organization as the Tuskegee Institute in Alabama. In 1948, the first FFA week was celebrated during the week of George Washington's birthday. The top left picture was the first FFA jackets of 1933. The middle picture is NFA in 1935, and the top right picture is FFA honors George Washington as a symbol of leadership and a farmer. His significance in FFA is shown through the National FFA Center once being on his estate.
In 1965, almost 30 years of establishment, the NFA merges with FFA due to Civil Rights Act of 1964. In 1969, FFA opens membership to women, also allowing them to hold office as well as participate in competitive events at the regional and national levels. In 1971, the National FFA Alumni Association was established. The top left picture is NFA and FFA joining organizations, while the middle picture is the first National FFA Alumni Association, and the top right picture is women competing in career development events in 1969.
In 1973, official dress standards are created. In 1988, Futures Farmers of America changed its name to National FFA Organization to reflect the growing diversity in agriculture. In 2019, the Alva Middle chapter was established. In the top left picture, it shows official dress created for us to look sharp. In the middle picture, it shows that National FFA Officer Team at 1988. In the top right picture is the 2024-2025 Alva Middle Officer Team.
I believe that to live and work on a good farm, or to be engaged in other agricultural pursuits, is pleasant as well as challenging. For I know the joys and discomforts of agricultural life, and hold an inborn fondness for those associations, which even in hours of discouragement I cannot deny.
Our Holstein cow, Rambler, gave birth on school property to a bull calf named River. We are proud to announce that she's pregnant again and should have her calf this year. We have a 40-tower vertigo system, as well as raised garden beds that have produce growing in them continuously throughout the year. Every year, we raise 2 market hogs that we auction off during our spring fling, where we raise funds for activities throughout the year. The top left picture is Rambler, who is currently our 3-year-old cow who loves attention and any and all snacks available. The middle picture is an example of just a few of our vertigo towers with the lettuce, which will be harvested to feed staff and students. The top right picture is our hogs, Bonnie and Clyde, who will be auctioned off this Friday at our 3rd annual spring fling.
I believe in leadership from ourselves and respect from others. I believe in my own ability to work efficiently and think clearly with such knowledge and skill as I can secure, and the ability of progressive agriculturists to serve our own and the public interest in producing and marketing of our product toil.
Throughout the year, we attend many leadership events such as Colt Convention and State Convention. We keep the younger generations of students engaged within agriculture by inviting them to our barn for many events throughout the school year. Many members participate in many FFA organized events throughout the school year and beyond. The top left picture shows education stations where middle level students taught elementary students agriculture education. The middle picture is our food, science, and technology career development event team, placed eighth in for middle schools. The top right corner or picture is at FFA Florida State Convention this past summer. We were able to seat 2 delegates because our chapter obtained quality chapter status.
The leading difference between 4-H and FFA. 4-H, extracurricular, you do not need to be enrolled in an agriculture class. 5 through 18-year-olds are able to be members. Anyone can volunteer to be a leader. FFA, intracurricular, you must be enrolled in an agriculture class. 12 through 21-year-olds are able to be members. Only the agriculture teacher is able to be the advisor. Both are amazing organizations.
I believe in less dependence on begging and more power in bargaining, in the life abundant and enough honest wealth to help make it so, for others as well as myself, and less need for charity and more of it when needed, and being happy myself and playing square with those whose happiness depends upon me.
We are proud to partner with Harry Chapin Food Bank throughout the school year. Because of this, we are fortunate enough to be able to pack and distribute blessing bags to students who are in need. The produce we grow in our campus garden is donated to our school cafeteria where we fed our students and staff. We also donate whole turkeys for Thanksgiving to local families. The top left picture shows each Friday we plan meals, pack, and anonymously distribute blessing bags to fellow students. The middle shows delicious salads harvested by students, then prepared for our cafeteria staff. The top right picture shows turkeys purchased during the holidays for families in need as part of our community service.
I believe that American agriculture can and will hold true to the best traditions of our national life, and that I can exert an influence in my home and community which will stand solid for my part in that inspiring task.
Our barn contains many animals that the students are responsible for, to care for throughout the school year, such as pigs, cows, goats, and chickens. Students are also responsible for maintaining the cleanliness of the barn and animal enclosures. Students are taught how to create and properly preserve products such as butter and pickles. Students do many public speaking events and team building activities to prepare them for their future. The top left picture shows our chicken coop where we collect fresh eggs daily. The bottom shows pickles. Students love learning the process of preserving pickles, then tasting the results. Teamwork. Teamwork mixing cocoa core and media for vertigo towers.
The top left picture shows picking our crops that we grow in our vertigo. The middle picture shows our beautiful strawberry plants. And the top right picture shows our partnership with Harry Chapin Food Bank allows us to help others.
The top left picture shows middle schoolers teaching elementary students agricultural educations during FFA week. The bottom picture shows when we dressed up students as turkeys for our Thanksgiving FFA meeting. The top right picture shows one of our goats named Minnie May. She is a Nigerian dwarf goat.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you all so much. Board members, do you have any questions, comments? Mr. Fisher?
Thank you. First off, thank you, all of you. I truly appreciate this presentation, and as well as to Principal Winfrey as well. Ms. Smith, I had an opportunity, I think it was about a month and a half ago, I know some of us went on some individual tours of Alva, and I got to see Rambler. I can't remember if it was Bonnie or Clyde that I got to pet. They were having their best day of their life, went out through the gardens, and I just want to say I appreciate all of you. And part of this, for this presentation, understanding we've talked about as a board that we're both urban, suburban, and rural. And I think it's important, I come from agriculture as a kid, and I think it's important to make sure to highlight some of the amazing programs like FFA, for example. So agriculture is not going anywhere. In fact, as I said, we're looking at if we do a school out in that area that have an agriculture focus to it. I want to let you know that you all still the future, and the things that you're doing are amazing. So I really, really appreciate this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Giovanelli.
That was awesome. So I have several questions. Some are for the actual superintendent as well. How many other schools has this program?
That's a really good question. Are you all aware if there's other schools?
Yes.
How many?
The Vertigo system is actually a partnership with the University of Florida, and we have, I believe there was 8 that started out. We are trying to start a tier program where feeder schools like our students here that have started the program can go out to the other schools and help them establish that program. So we are trying to fill out other grants to try to get that program started, because it is important for the students to be able to know where the food comes from and help the cafeterias with that fresh food at hand. So we are trying to get that in other areas of the county.
But do we have,
We have about eight schools that
in the county?
are doing that. The Buckingham Exceptional School.
Okay.
They do this, but there are other, they aren't as big as the 40 towers. We we went out there a little far. Island Coast, but there are several other schools. I believe Trafalgar, but there's about 8 schools now that are doing Farm to Fork.
Okay, awesome. So did y'all participate in the fair this year? Because the fair used to be a big FFA, but I was curious how that was going. I didn't get to go to the fair this year, so.
Yes, ma'am. Several of us took part in the Ag Expo.
Okay.
In Southwest Florida, and it's part of our SAE, so we do get pins and stuff for taking part in showing animals and raising them.
So did you raise an animal? What did you show? Did you show an animal?
I showed a steer and a heifer, which is a cow, and several others.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just wanted to make that clear. And several others showed pigs and swine.
Awesome. In that leads me to ask this question. So if we had a high school in Alva, would you go to that high school if the FFA program fed into, and that was a big program in that brand new school? Raise your hand. Just raise your hand. That's it, if you would go.
Oh, good.
Thank you. That's exciting. So just a little note, my husband was FFA. Now, he didn't go back to 1969, but he was in the 80s, and he does have a jacket. He can't fit into it now, I might add. And if I'd have thought about it, I'd have wore it today, because I might have gotten into that jacket at that point. But I just wanted to say I love the jackets, and thank you for lunch. And that's all I have. But, and I don't know if we could get a picture of them, if that could, okay, if somebody would think about that at the end. Thank you.
Ms. Jordan.
I was going to say thank you. I love your salads. The colors are beautiful. That's what I do for a living, so you can work for me anytime. But I actually wanted to say I was really impressed because I was out there a couple of years ago with the Commissioner of Agriculture came out there, Nikki Freed, and it was not as big. So when I'm looking at those pictures and seeing what you've accomplished in those couple of years, that's amazing. So thank you all very much. And I thought that they were really trying to move that program over to Riverdale at one point in time as well. So that was like a feeder school to your program. But I just really want to thank all of you. All of you just spoke so elegant, and just thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for inviting us.
Any other questions? Mr. Ribble?
No, I just want to make a comment. Turn this. I just want to make a comment. I want to thank you for your wonderful gift of your farm praise lunch that I'll go enjoy later on. But my oldest granddaughter is part of a program, FFA, in Aldo, Texas. And then they have a big ranch there. It's, you know, everything's big in Texas, of course, but they're near a lot of the same things you do. But they raise a lot of rabbits, believe it or not, besides the chickens and cows and everything else. But they got a big rabbit farm out there as well. But thank you very much. It was great.
Ms. Chaviano.
I just wanted to commend you guys on the work that you guys do. Much like Mr. Fisher, I did kind of the farm life out in Golden Gate Estates during elementary, and we had goat and pigs and horses and geese and the whole nine. So I know the amount of work that goes into it and the early mornings as well. But I myself never got the green thumb. I pretty much kill everything. So I highly respect the work that you do and what you're able to produce from it. As it's something that I'm trying to show my own kids at home to kind of have their own garden and do those things. So I think it's amazing that you guys have that skill and you're excited about it to move forward with that, because it is a much needed industry and we greatly appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Carlin.
Yes, so congratulations to all of you. I just want to piggyback on what our board members have talked about this afternoon. So as I was sitting here listening to you, first of all, very impressive presentation. You took us through a beautiful history. Also, just thank you again for the wonderful lunch. That's so nice. We don't always get lunch, so this is very exciting. So you're spoiling us. Thank you. I do want to point out just a couple of things. Obviously, you're very involved in the world of agriculture, and thank you for sharing not just your knowledge, but also the gifts, the blessings that I heard you talk about with other boys and girls from, that are younger than you, letting them come over, all the blessings in the bags. I mean, that's just very impressive. So, when we talk about at the board table here, we talk about outcomes. We talk a lot about English language arts and math and science and social studies. I want to also talk about just becoming great people, and that's what we're seeing today. And then also just to put a plug in for literacy, we always talk about ELA as being reading and writing, but I'm going to say this group did a great job on the other parts of ELA, which are listening and speaking. So we always think about ELA as just being those two content areas, but it really is reading, writing, speaking, and listening. So I watched them display all of those today. So just big thank you and congratulations to Rambler. I heard you're going to have another baby coming up soon, right? So give Rambler a hug for us and tell her good luck. Thank you.
And I don't want to repeat everything that was up here, but I echo all the sentiments of my colleagues. I am from a little old town called LaBelle, Florida, so you're neighbor to Alva. So I grew up with many, many classmates myself on the FFA and part of 4-H and raising animals. And what you are doing is setting yourself up for huge success no matter what division that you decide to go in, whether that be farming, whether it be anytime that a job interview is going to be so easy for you because you've been able to be in front of people and speak. So this all translates later in life. Farming is vital to not just our area. Florida's always been very agriculturally rich, but also to our entire country, and it's always been very important to me to protect our farmers. FFA students like yourself are making a huge difference, so I want to encourage you to stay on this path. You never know where it's going to lead. You all did such an amazing job. And I hope you're very proud of your work. I know Miss Winfrey is, and I was able to visit, and Rambler was he really is. He's a very social butterfly. I think that's what you described him as. He was no problem. And I thought I saw a picture of Mr. Persons feeding him a lettuce.
Or kissing something.
Or kissing or something. So he's not online right now, I don't think. But yeah, thank you so much for taking the time to do this, and I encourage you to keep plugging along. So thank you. All right, have a great day. You're welcome.
And Madam Chair, if I may, we do have somebody to take the picture
we do want
today.
a picture.
Yes, so if we can do that.
If you wouldn't mind coming down into the pit, we'll take care of that.
Remember your windows, okay? Yep, just remember your windows.
Thank you.
All right, remember your windows. There you go. Perfect.
Everybody look up here, up at the ceiling. Just kidding. All right, look right here.
All right, next is safety accreditation presented by Dave Newland. Vince Duaro is going to be on Zoom, I believe, if we have questions. Callie, a program manager, is who that is. And Mr. Newland, I don't know how you're going to follow that, but
It's going to be tough.
you didn't bring us anything to eat, so.
No, I apologize. I wasn't prepared.
Thank you. Go ahead.
But good afternoon, school board members. Good afternoon, Dr. Denise Carlin, superintendent, and our school board attorney, Kathy Dupree Bruno. So this is a presentation on accreditation, which is CALEA, the Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies. The purpose of this presentation is to talk about campus security accreditation program that we want to bring to our school district of Lee County. This is basically for educational campus security organizations that primarily employ. This is our non-sworn security staff that would include our security specialists, my staff, some of the safety team at the transportation, even as guardians as well too. This program does focus on the safety and security of students and applies accreditation standards and requires the organization to consider more critical issues such as facility risks, regulatory reporting, technology-based security monitoring, and preventive patrol, and then other issues as far as part of the standards as well. Again, as mentioned, Vince Duro, who's the region program manager, we've been working with for accreditation. I just want to check. Mr. Duro, are you on right now?
I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yes, gotcha. I'm going to bring you in a second, but I want to introduce Mr. Duro and go over a couple slides. I'm going to bring him in as well to answer questions and talk about campus security. But again, Vince started his law enforcement career back in 1978 with Oxford MS Police Department. He returned home, joined the Huntsville, Alabama Police Department in 1982, and continued there for over 31 years. During his tenure with Huntsville, he worked in all areas of agency, retiring as the senior captain of the department. He has worked with accreditation since 1998, serving as the accreditation manager for Huntsville Police Department and as an assessment team leader for CALEA. He is also a graduate of the FBI National Academy and lives and works from his home in Huntsville area. Vince joined CALEA in June of 2013, and he currently serves as the regional program manager for the Southeast and Caribbean regions. Accreditation emerged as a solution to assist in professional development for law enforcement in 1979. These are the founding organizations that collectively contribute to the concept and development of accreditation. This is your International Association of Chiefs of Police, your Police Executive Research Forum, the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, and the National Sheriff's Association. Some of the accreditations that CALEA does, you'll see here is they have law enforcement accreditation, our public safety communication, which are your dispatch centers that can be accredited, also our public safety training academies. And today for us, we're talking about our campus security accreditation to bring to the school district of Lee County. The board itself for CALEA is composed of 21 commissioners who are appointed by the founding associations. Commissioners are appointed for 3-year terms and serve without compensation. Each of the founding organizations has one appointment and reach consensus on the others. Commissioners come from a broad range of public safety professionals. And as you can see here, it gives you an idea of those that sit on the panel for CALEA. You have your municipal chiefs of police, collegiate professors, communication directors, university police chiefs, state senators, mayors, city managers, state police superintendents, sheriffs, investigative agency directors, judges, and related business fields. Again, talk about return on investment, as far as being accredited, it establishes a comprehensive process for managing public safety agencies, provides feedback and structured analysis for agencies to make decisions, helps provide institutionalized best practices for inspection, audits, and reviews, ensures involvement with partners and community, alerts to issues that need attention, and focuses on high liability areas. So as far as the cost-wise, we'll talk about a little bit about that. So when we talk about this, again, this is our non-sworn security personnel that it's focusing on, not our school resource officers. So we would go in the category between 25 to 199 of full-time employees. So the initial accreditation cost, or we can do two installments, is $7,565. After that, there's an annual fee of $3,110 annually. And then every 4 years we have our, if we were to decide to go this step forward on this process, every 4 years is a reaccreditation process where they send assessors to our site here to do an on-site inspection, go through our policies, procedures, and proofs, where we'd achieve a reaccreditation. The initial accreditation that we would move forward on, we have 2 years to be accredited either on a basic or advanced standards, which I think Ms. Durrell will probably go over in a second as well. And now I'm going to let Mr. Durrell come in and talk a little bit about the campus security accreditation and answer any questions that you may have. Mr. Durrell?
Good morning or good afternoon. Our campus program is our newest program, and it was started in 2010. And the reason for the campus security program is we have a lot of universities that have sworn law enforcement. And we started having some that said, well, we don't have sworn, so we don't meet that model. Can you develop a model that's for non-sworn? So Kalia did that in 2010 with a lot of input from campuses, and have continued to this point. Being our newest, it's our smallest. Now we have around 1,300 programs that are accredited throughout the country and throughout the 4 countries that we serve. But the campus security one is our newest. Currently right now for the K-12, we have several that are in the process. We have one that's been accredited for a while that you may be familiar with, and it's the Milton Hershey School in Hershey, Pennsylvania, that was formed by the Hershey Corporation years ago. And they're kind of our flagship. They're the first ones that went through for a K-12. And their response is that it served their agency and their governing body very well, giving them a kind of a format for best operations in the security field. We all know that right now liability is high, especially in security and law enforcement, and we see that the accredited agencies have a much, much lower liability rate because of their accredited status. And I can answer any questions about the process, what it takes, or whatever you need.
Board, do you have any questions at this time? Ms. Jordan?
Mr. Durham, if I'm correct, isn't the Milton Hershey campus, they live there, correct? That's a campus where your kids go and they live there.
I believe they do. Yeah, it was started by the Hershey Corporation for underprivileged kids, and still meets that role by giving them a full education.
Okay, yeah, because I was just wondering when you mentioned that school, I knew about them because they did a presentation here a couple of years ago. But then how does that fit with, because of the fact that they're there on property all the time, and then our students are on campus for X amount of hours per day. So how does that, how do we kind of like fit into that equation?
Okay. What our process does is give you the best practices for providing the security services. So a framework, it doesn't matter whether there's kids on campus or kids off campus, the security functions are the same. They may be 24 hours, they may not be, but what we look at is how it's managed, how you handle interactions, how you interact with the laws that are required, supervision and maintenance of employees, hiring. What are your practices? It goes deep. Now, the chief did mention we have 2 levels of the program as we do on our sworn law enforcement. We have a basic and advanced. And the basic program is really the core standards. A lot of smaller agencies go with the basic, and then advanced goes deep into everything, including how you handle cash funds, how you interact with other agencies, especially with in Florida where you have the guardians and SROs. It covers interaction, how you work with the sworn component, how you make sure there's a fine line there that delineates what the tasks are between each function.
And thank you for that. And then I just have one more question. Mr. Newland, because I thought I saw something, a bill coming out pertaining to security, campus security and guardians, unless I dreamt that I read that, because I've been reading so much lately. But I know when we're looking at this number of full-time employees, 1 to 24, does that count every SRO, counts every security that we have in the schools, as well as guardians, if we have guardians in those schools?
For CALIA, for the numbers that I showed you on the slide, I'm going to go back. This right here. So that pertains to your non-sworn security staff. So you look at our security staff that we have in the schools. We have over 150 of those alone. But that would include anybody that's non-sworn. Even my own department, safety departments or safety positions in the transportation as well. So anything security related.
Thank you for the presentation. I know when we went to Tallahassee, this was kind of one of the areas we were talking about accreditation. So we would be the first in Florida to go after this accreditation. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I believe, first in Florida for sure, I think probably, the largest in the United States.
Okay. And then the other topic that was discussed was liability. So is there, when we talk about having this accreditation, we look at our insurance and all those pieces, does that reduce or help reduce cost of insurance because we're taking this additional precaution and step to mitigate risks and liabilities? Do we know that?
I don't know for sure. I'd have to ask. I mean, I know from my background, being accredited in the past, I know that it does present a lot more opportunities, funding opportunities as well. It definitely does reduce liability,
right?
For sure. I've seen things happen that because my old agency was accredited, there was no concern because we already met those standards that were required based on maybe a national event. Mm-hmm. We're already doing what was asked. So it does put us kind of a step ahead.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief Newland. Thank you to our superintendent. Thank you to everyone else involved. I know our government relations team was also involved in this, so thank you to them. I think this is amazing. I'm all on board with this. I know we had talked with numerous people in Tallahassee, and they were definitely excited to see us, especially a school district, take this on. And I think it really shows that we're trying to be a trendsetter in Lee County, and that we're re-showing that our commitment to our safety, not only as students, teachers, and staff. And I think this really shows that, especially being a leader, not only in the state, but the country. So I want to thank you for really looking into this and dealing with it.
Thank you.
Mrs. Giovanelli.
So back to the slide, what is this, slide 8. We would fall in for all of the employees that we could get trained, would we fall in that 299 then? Is that where we would fall?
The 25 to the 199, yes. As currently right now, yes, that's where we fall.
Oh, so the 25, 199, okay. I was thinking we were training more than that. And there would be ongoing training with this or to sustain for the annual continuation?
Yeah, the accreditation process is always ongoing. So even though you maybe reach your initial, again, you have 2 years to reach that. Some agencies reach it faster than 2 years, which we're going to strive to get that done faster, obviously. But you're always it's ongoing. It never stops. So constantly they may be asking for certain standards or proofs. Give us so many files. Let's make sure you guys are keeping up with the requirement and proofs, with those standards as well. So it's ongoing.
So what would cause us to not keep the accreditation? I would hope that we would be ongoing, but what could cause us not to be? Just maintaining paying the fees, or what would?
The only thing I can think of that, from my background from doing this, is if the agency fails to follow through with continuing that process. I mean, with this type of accreditation, you definitely need support from the top down. Everybody has to really embrace the accreditation, not just one person, but everybody. So I think it's something we always will do. It never stops, in my opinion.
Thank you. I love it. I think being the leader in this is awesome, and I think that's the impression we received in Tallahassee as well, because that's what we were talking about it. You know, students aren't learning if they don't feel safe, and so this is just another little piece that allows us to explain to the community that we are serious about safety in our schools. So I think having this accreditation would be awesome, and thank you, Chief Newland, for bringing that to us. Thank you.
Any other members? Superintendent?
Yes, thank you very much. I just want to echo the comments from the board and really appreciate your support of this accreditation. You know, I've been very clear, our top priority as a district is certainly we absolutely want to increase student achievement, but we all agree that that cannot happen unless children feel safe and secure. So safety and security will always be my top priority as superintendent. Just really appreciate you, Mr. Newland and Mr. Duro, for your comments today, and just look forward to the process. So thank you for your support.
Thank you. With no other comments or suggestions, we're going to move on then.
Mr. Duro, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me know if I can help in any way.
Mr. Newland, stay put because you are you're delivering the message about Office of Safe Schools, our quarterly report for quarter 3, please.
Yes. So good afternoon again. This is our third quarter Office of Safe Schools third quarter inspection. Just for the public understands what this is. Our state safe schools department, we have inspectors that come down unannounced. They go out through our school sites to look at different requirements, mandates to make sure our schools are in compliance with. And we don't know when they're coming, but they'll call me afterward and give us a report basically on how it went. And then we have, if there's anything that has to be addressed, we only have up to 3 days to address anything that anything needs to be corrected. So in this third quarter here, we had a total of 17 schools that were inspected this quarter. I know I talked to all of us one-on-one about some of the information that were the inspections. Again, these inspections were overall, there was nothing major that came out. Out of the 17, there were 6 schools that had some minor deficiencies. As you can see, there was 2 of these were our charter schools, and the other 4 were our public schools. And most of these were just minor things, maybe missing, not having a certificate readily available for a show proof of training, or maybe minutes to a meeting. So basically within that same day, these things were corrected. They were put into the system for different reasons, but these were all minor deficiencies, and again, corrected right away. Nothing major at all. Then I'll stand by for any comments.
Any comments regarding third quarter report? Okay, seeing none.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is the District Advisory Committee report. Dr. Jennifer Cupid McCoy will be presenting to us this afternoon.
I'm not Dr. Cupid McCoy.
No, you're not.
I'm not nearly as good looking. But I'm here to talk to you. I'm the DAC chairman. I've had the privilege to serve for 2 years now. This is the end of my term, so it's a 2-year term, and then somebody else gets to step up. We have some good folks in the DAC ready and waiting for me to be gone. So this is my last opportunity to present to you today, and I appreciate Dr. Cupid McCoy allowing me to do so. On the agenda, as I understand it, we're just going to go over the last 2 meetings. On January 29th, we had, the 2 meetings from last quarter. We did have a meeting last week. First one, January 29th, we had a meeting. All of our meetings this year have been via Zoom, and we have found those to be the most effective, at least during my time with the District Advisory Committee. With the geographic size of the district, as you're all well aware, as you commute to all the areas here, getting parents and teachers to participate is obviously difficult. It's a focus that Dr. Cupid McCoy, of course, has overall for the district, but by having the meetings via Zoom and not here, people can take time out of their busy schedules to be a part of it, and it's been very successful. On January 29th, we had a briefing by Dr. Cupid McCoy on DAC meeting format and structure. Previously, we had breakout rooms where elementary, middle, and high schools kind of got out for about 30 minutes, came back and kind of gave us some input on issues that all of you had asked us to review. The results were mixed. One, implementing it either in person or online is challenging. You have breakout rooms. You obviously have some churn, and it really wasn't the most productive use of the time. And so I don't think that was really a function of the Zoom meetings. And I think Dr. Cupid McCoy and Ms. Rude both did a great job facilitating. It's just a natural, hey, we're going to break and then we're going to come back, and it was awkward. And so we've shifted from that this year, and I definitely think that's gone well. And then also on January 29th, Mr. Cooper provided a presentation on updates to the Student Code of Conduct. As all of you are familiar with, for the most part, it was hey, cool, thanks for the input, and no substantive public comments or comments from DAC members were made. On February 26th was the next meeting. Dr. Shaker provided feedback on the Safe Start initiative, of which I understand you may be talking about later today. Feedback was mixed. Most were supportive of getting an actionable plan on improving transportation, understanding that was the goal of the Safe Start initiative, and in general that was well received. But at the same time, people were concerned about start times, particularly in high school, moving those backwards. Obviously, some pending changes in Tallahassee notwithstanding. The high school students already start pretty early. Many of them are there very, very late. My own two boys are in band, and during football season, they can get to school as early. I drop them off at school at 6:30 in the morning, and they are there. If it's a football game, we might pick them up at 11:30 or at night. And they're not alone. Anyone who's involved in an after-school activity, my kids happen to go to Mariner High. They have a huge ROTC program, JROTC, excuse me, and it's obviously all the sports and everything else. They also have an FFA, so shout out to that. These folks are in school a lot, and so that was definitely a lot of the comments we're focusing on. High school students spending an awful lot of time in school, many of whom don't actually go home between the end of school and then the start of after-school activities due to various reasons, and the challenges presented there. Other than that, no public comments were received and no comments were made for the good of the order. We did have one other meeting last week, as I mentioned. I think I'll be briefing you all about that later. That's all I have.
Thank you, and thank you for serving as part of our community. Appreciate that. Dr. Carlin, do you have something you want to add?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm asking our District Advisory Council to focus on parent engagement in the fourth quarter. So Dr. Cupid McCoy and her team will guide the DAC through a structured protocol, which is also being implemented with our district's parent engagement ad hoc group. The feedback gathered will inform the development and refinement of Lee County's parent engagement model. So just thank you in advance for your work.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Jordan.
Thank you for the report. And Dr. Carlin, thank you for that, because they have already started that initiative. So I just wanted that would have been my report, but it's joint reports. Thank you.
Ms. Giovanelli.
Thank you for that. So you're not doing, explain that they're not doing the breakout rooms anymore. Explain what you're doing though, because how is that working?
So ma'am, the way that's working is instead of having the breakout rooms where, like, as you saw last year, the feedback was great, the mechanism was good, but there was a lot of time lost, and what we also saw was a lot of people were getting lost in the transition from breakout rooms to and from breakout rooms. What's happening now is we're having the consolidated meeting, and then as appropriate given the topic, before we switch it to the formal kind of go to the order and public comment, there are general comments and more of a dialogue between the presenter and the DAC members at large. I think it's actually more effective because it's allowing that dialogue to happen instead of kind of a blanket. For those of you who weren't familiar, the DAC was in the breakout rooms would have a jam board where they were posting out. If you're not familiar, it's kind of like a digital Post-it note that got stuck up there. Now it's a two-way conversation. I think it's actually produced more effective results.
So thank you for that. And I was one of those that would get lost in trying to get back or get kicked off, and then you couldn't be in more than one or when you came in halfway through another, the conversation that's already been ongoing, if you jump out of one into the other. It was, so thank you. I love that the report of that it's better, because that's the whole key. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Wasn't going to call you out and being one of the folks having problems. And
I did it. I can take ownership. So, but yes, thank you so much.
Of course.
Mr. Ribble?
Yeah, I have a question. Good report. I'd just like to know how the attendance been since you're on Zoom. Better attendance or the same, or?
So for my entire time as chairman, and I've only moved to the district 3 years ago, and I was part the year prior, the attendance has been reasonably strong. I think about 100, averages anywhere from 80 to 100 folks dialing in, which all things considered, I think is about as good as we can expect. When you think of how the DAC is structured, obviously taking a SAC member, which is it's a statutory requirement, and then from that, that select group of SAC individuals, so about 100 schools, there might be one or two extras, getting 80 to 100, that's definitely reasonable participation. I think our challenges on participation are less related to the medium, and if anything, I think Zoom actually is why we see such strong participation. But overall, I think it's awareness in the schools, individual schools, and how each school administration handles the SAC themselves. And then I'm not to call out any school administrators who aren't here to defend themselves, and it's not an indictment on them. It's much of a, what is the involvement, to Dr. Carlin's point, of parents overall. Meritor High, which I represent, just being able to get parents there is a challenge. And we're all busy. We all have, I appreciate all of your all's dedication to be here. I know you all have jobs as well. I think my recommendation to anyone who would listen is we should do Zoom or a similar medium for all of these SAC meetings to encourage maximum possible attendance.
Okay, thanks.
Exactly.
Sure.
Ms. Jordan?
I just want to say, I think at the last meeting, there were 68 that had signed in, not including staff and everyone else, and that Dr. Cubit McCoy did give everybody homework. So, yes, we're moving forward.
Got a QR code.
Yes.
Mr. Fisher?
Yeah, briefly, I just wanted to thank Mr. Denny for his commitment and service to our parents and community. I know he has dove right into everything. I see him everywhere, and I just want to say I appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
And Ms. Shaviano?
Yeah, I second the thank you for the support and joining. And as far as the medium, I think I would agree with the online component being a good source for everyone to log in. I know back for the PTO, we had a joint SAC. We started splitting the meetings where we'd still have in person, but still have an online component for those that couldn't participate. So we saw a lot, I'm gonna say a lot more, but traditionally you get 5 or 6 people that couldn't make it join in on that Zoom call. So I think having that medium and that opportunity, because everyone is juggling a lot of things, and if you have more than one kid, you're running around from school to school. So I think it is part of the communication and how we're getting the information out there for our parents to actually engage. And I think that's an opportunity for all of our schools to do better, whether it's through their newsletters or their social media, sending information home, text messages, whatever, to get that involvement. Because to your point, 80 to 100 is a good turnout, but when you think about the size of our school and our districts and how many parents we have, it's a small number, and we want to make sure everyone's voices is heard. So I would say that's an opportunity for our district to take up, to do a little bit better of getting out there and trying to get more parents in. But thank you so much for your support.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is maybe a question for the superintendent and staff. I know that in the private sector, PTL meetings take place, and I'm curious because those PTL meetings can, if a school is requiring, community service hours towards their school, the PTL can count as an hour. So for our students who are, let's say, Bright Futures, ACE, they're going after those community service hours, could that be potentially an incentive for students to,
Yes.
I don't know who would ask, I don't know, just want to make sure that that could be something students could take advantage of to add them to the mix of SAC, DAC.
We can have that conversation with staff, absolutely.
Okay, all right. Yes, sir.
don't know all the rules, sorry. I have Robert's rules somewhere, not memorized. Student participation, generally what I've seen, now granted, we don't see it online as much, and it's not the medium for that, but at the schools that I've had the pleasure of being at, the students are there. They're briefing, it's really just, and the teachers are there. It's a challenge of getting parents there.
Right. And so what would be great is if our students that were on SAC and attending these communicated to their parents to attend the DAC on their students' behalf. I don't know, I feel like when students get their parents' buy-in, they're a little more apt to step up to the plate. It's just a thought, but thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Board.
Next up is status of hurricane repairs. I'm not sure who's going to, thank you, Mr. Stevens is going to present today. Thank you. Gentlemen, feel free to move those bags and make yourself comfortable up there. Thanks.
Take one now. Yeah, there's three.
Good. You? Ready? Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Carlin, Ms. Dupree Bruno. My name is, for the record, is Larry Stevens. I'm the Chief Operations Officer for the school district. To my right, I have Joseph Muscali, who's with Imperium Consulting. To his right is David Griffiths. He's a director with Accenture, one of our partner agencies. And to David's right is Warren Wilson, the Director of Risk Management. And to his right is Barbara Cedina. She's the Director of Maintenance. Today we would like to present an update on Hurricane Ian repairs. And of course, following the presentation, we'll have an opportunity to entertain your questions as well.
Can everybody hear me okay? Thanks. I am Warren Wilson. I'm the Risk Management Director. Today we'll be covering the items on the agenda to bring you up to speed on not just the impact of, but more importantly, the recovery and progress we've made since Hurricane Ian and the impact of Hurricane Milton. Larry Stevens has already introduced the folks that are here on the panel. I want to thank you all for inviting us here today. I want to mention that with regard to these huge events, it takes an incredible amount of resources to be able to recover. And I wanted to take a moment to thank everyone from our governor, who was instrumental in providing legislative relief of $55 million to our district, our Department of Education, Florida Department of Emergency Management, FEMA, our Board of County Commissioners, our EOC, all the way down to our individual departments within our district, as well as the locations, our school locations. We cannot do this kind of work and produce this kind of recovery without having all of the support of these various members. It really is a team effort to be able to implement this kind of recovery, and also to find the resources necessary to be able to pay for that recovery. So I wanted to make sure that those folks were recognized. Well, as you can see, for most of us in our lifetimes, we have seen an incredible increase in the number of storms, the frequency of storms and the intensity of storms. There was a huge gap between 1960 and 2004 when we suddenly started seeing storms coming back-to-back years and seasons and not being spared for very long before we have the next storm, as we've all experienced here in Lake County. It's seriously impacted our district. But we are resilient, and we have learned from Hurricane Irma and applied that to Hurricane Ian. We learned from Ian and applied that to Milton, and we keep getting better and better at this. I wish we didn't have to, but we are. Now, I'm going to turn things over to Joe Muscali. He's director of the Empyrean Group. He's going to update us on all things Hurricane Ian.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you all again. It's been a while since we've presented to the board. I believe we presented about a little over a year ago. So excited to share the news in terms of where we are from a financial component. And Dr. Carlin, pleasure to see you in that seat. It's been a while since we've last spoke, but hope all is well. So this next slide, please. This slide may be familiar to some of the folks already on the board. For the newer folks, happy to kind of walk through in detail. I do want to be mindful of the time that we have allocated, so if there are any questions, happy to address those as part of the Q&A segment of this presentation. What you see in front of you is a bar chart that outlines the projected funding sources associated with the district's recovery from Hurricane Ian. The totality of the impacts that we've quantified as of today is just shy of $284 million. What you'll see here is the projection of the various sources of funding that are included in that total estimate, just so we can see exactly where we're going to be seeking reimbursement from, as well as some elected decisions by the district to make investments as part of its resiliency planning going forward. So just kind of walking through the layers, we do have some investment from the district. This pertains specifically to the new build of Hector Cafferata Elementary School and the expansion from a K through 5 through a K through 8 program. We have received capital appropriations from the Department of Education. We have received reimbursement from Lee County for the shelter services that the district provided immediately following the event and slightly before the event as well. We then have our public assistance layer, which is really broken out between state funding and FEMA funding, and then insurance, which right now we have a policy limit of $75 million, and that's specific to the event of Ian, as well as NFIP coverage, so facilities that were funded from flood damages from NFIP. So the totality of these funding streams, if you go to the next slide, you'll see specifically what's been committed from these various sources, as well as what we've received. I'll call just the board's attention to the green boxes all the way to the right. So a combination of various sources: insurance, FEMA, shelter reimbursements, capital appropriations from DOE, and as Warren mentioned, the legislative appropriations program, which was a special program that was developed by the governor's office in response to Hurricane Ian, where we received $55 million, which puts the school district as the largest recipient of funds for that particular program following the event. In total, we've had commitments of just shy of $167 million. The green numbers in the parentheses, what that indicates is simply the increase in commitments since we last updated the board, which again was a little bit over a year ago. So since we've last updated you, we've been able to secure an additional just shy of $30 million of commitments, of which how much have we actually received? That's the next section of the slide. In total, we've received just shy of $149 million and an increase of $80.5 million since we've last updated you. What does this mean in terms of the recovery? This actually puts the district in a strong financial position in terms of its pursuit for finalizing its repairs and moving forward, where the funds received actually eclipses the funds expended as of to date. Keep in mind that work is still ongoing, which we'll be getting to the later part of this conversation. But in terms of a cash position, the strategy of our team in the district has always been to seek and expedite reimbursement from the variety of sources to put the district in the strongest financial position as it navigates this long recovery. So currently, we're showing a surplus of funds of just shy of $29 million, with additional proceeds forecasted to come to the district in the form of insurance proceeds, which we're estimating to be an additional $18 million, which will close out the remaining capacity on your $75 million policy. Next slide. This is a summary slide really bucketing kind of the three avenues that our team has been focusing on with the district, starting with insurance recovery. We have our FEMA recovery, and then other grant funding, which is other opportunities that are derived from disasters that allow entities such as the district to pursue additional funding for non-damage related capital projects, essentially projects that help fund resiliency measures for the future, which I'm going to spend the majority of the time on this slide focusing on. As I mentioned with insurance, we are close to the finish line. We are working with our insurance adjuster to finalize the paperwork that he needs to get market approval to initiate the final payments towards that $75 million policy limit. We have since resolved our NFIP claim with the National Flood Insurance Program. So once we finalize the paperwork with the insurance adjuster, get the market approvals that we need from the various carriers that are part of your insurance policy quilt, we will start to see those checks and be able to close that out and begin our reconciliation process with FEMA. On the FEMA recovery, we are getting close to having everything finalized with FEMA with respect to project development. There are currently 182 permanent work projects, of which 179 have been submitted to FEMA. The 3 that remain are projects related to contents that were damaged from the event. The reason for the delay in finalizing those is simply FEMA's process of approvals and their kind of bureaucratic machine that is delaying them getting the information we need to advance that project. FEMA is starting their validation process, of which we've submitted $187 million of permanent projects. There's emergency categories as well, which I can go into if there's questions associated with that. FEMA is starting their review process. They've reviewed and validated $110 million. The delta is simply a timing exercise. Our team is working on addressing any questions that come about. We're working very closely with the Accenture team and the district team to make sure that any questions that are asked are responded to. So that is just part of their review and validation process, and that is ongoing. We have received some payments from FEMA. As I mentioned, the majority of the funds associated with the public assistance recovery have been advanced through the governor's legislative appropriations program. That's the LAP program, for which the district received $55 million for. And the next steps for our team in terms of focus is to ensure that we get FEMA to where they need to be with respect to their validations, focusing on the largest projects, specifically Hector Cofferata Elementary School. That's a very large project, both on the replacement component of the facility, but also in the temporary facility where the students are currently housed. And then working on finalizing the insurance reconciliation with them so they can true up their payments that are owed to the district following finalization with the insurance adjustment team. With respect to other grant funding, so this is looking forward, opportunities for the district to be more resilient in the future. There are 2 programs for which the district has received funding from one of the 2 and is pending its application approval on the second. Beginning with the HUD grant, this is the grant that is administered through the county. The district has received $500,000 of an award for a vulnerability assessment. This is funding that's utilized to retain an expert to assess your facilities to figure out ways in which we can make resilient capital improvements, which can be a source of future capital planning, but also potential other grants that are administered through the state for resiliency measures. So this $500,000 will allow you to assess what initiatives the district may want to undertake in the future. In addition to that, we received a conditional award for $8 million for resiliency capital projects. These projects are primarily going to be the replacement of roofs at shelter campuses to harden those structures to make them safer and more resilient to future events. And the final component of the HUD grant is a cost share offset for the second funding opportunity that I'll be talking about, the 404 Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. Typically, that program will be reimbursed at 75% of any dollars spent for an approved project, with that 25% being an out-of-pocket cost for the district. However, we've been able to receive approval from the county to reimburse the district for that 25% for any approved project. So functionally, what would otherwise be an out-of-pocket cost will not be an out-of-pocket cost pending approval from the state. So the 404 Hazard Mitigation Project is a $25 million application to replace 9 roof systems with metal standing seam. That's the material that has really proven itself the most resilient in high wind hurricanes, and that's evidenced by the minimal damage incurred at campuses that had metal standing seam roofs. So all in all, in total of other grant funding and investment from other programs that were available after Hurricane Ian, we're targeting just about $40 million of outside investment that will help to improve the resiliency of your facilities throughout your district. And with that, I'll turn it over to David to give some further updates on the status of projects.
Good afternoon, everybody. We want to take a moment to give a general update on the damages that were incurred both through Hurricane Ian and Hurricane Milton. As you all are aware, we had over 100 sites that received damages from Hurricane Ian, with a smaller portion of the district's schools being impacted by Milton, being 15 different sites. Those damages were recorded and have been submitted both to risk management and are also part of any claims that will be going out to FEMA and other resources for reimbursement purposes as we continue to work with Imperium and the school district to make sure you're being compensated in whole for these repair efforts. Specifically, we wanted to look at some of the more catastrophically damaged campuses. The 3 most catastrophically damaged campuses being Hector Cafferata, which we mentioned earlier, Fort Myers Beach Elementary School, and the Sanibel School, which the latter 2 both being impacted by both Ian and Milton. Given an update on where those buildings are currently, we have an assessment due back to the school district this month for Fort Myers Beach Elementary School, looking at the overall facility as well as the impacts to the community over there. And the Sanibel School location has been reopened and is currently occupied and housing students at that location. In addition to those catastrophically impacted campuses, we wanted to talk a little bit about the overall impacts of those storms on the district. For Hurricane Ian, we had over 3,000 service requests that were being managed both by the maintenance department, the capital construction department, and with those efforts being supplemented by my team, Accenture, as we continue to manage repair and replacement efforts throughout. Of those 3,000 service requests for Hurricane Ian, we are now down to 70 service requests open for that effort. Similarly, for Hurricane Milton, we received 270 service requests for damages experienced after that storm event. And again, through the cooperation of the SDLC maintenance and capital construction departments, as well as my team, we were able to bring that down to currently having 57 service requests outstanding for that effort. Also noting that the level of impact from Milton was significantly reduced compared to the levels of impact to Ian, and we're projecting that we should be able to complete the Milton repairs in alignment with the completion of all the Hurricane Ian repairs scheduled for later this year. This slide is an update on the repair progress through different types of service requests that were received. This is an update to the presentation that was given a little bit over a year ago. At that time, we had not received the latest batch of damage assessment reports from FEMA, which increased the actual amount of workload that had to be addressed before we could close out this effort. We've since addressed all of those items and are currently showing that across the board we're projecting completion in the coming months, where we're at for interior repairs 98%, HVAC 94%, et cetera, as seen on the screen. Just to give you guys a little bit of background to the data you're seeing, for example, roofing repairs we're showing as 96% completed. That includes roofing, gutter, and associated work on repairs at over 50 different locations, totaling $26 million of repair work. Just so you have a little bit of a sense of the type of efforts that have been gone into each of these different categories throughout the district. Briefly, just want to show a couple before and afters, both for Hurricane Ian and Hurricane Milton. The type of repairs are extensive and they vary in the type of work that needed to happen. We're looking at flooring replacements as shown here, athletic impacts as shown at Lexington Middle School. We had a number of roofing replacements throughout the district as we referenced, and also things like exterior sunshades, cabinetry, etc. Getting to what our current status is for remaining work. We wanted to look at both the status of roofing repairs throughout the district and then looking at all the other ancillary repairs that remain. For the roofing projects, we are currently projecting completion of all outstanding roofing projects by December of this year. We mentioned a grant earlier that is projected to cover costs for 2 facilities. Those facilities that we are in coordination with that grant are for Ray V. Potoff and East Lee High School. Once we get that finalized, we will be able to stipulate the final closing date for those efforts as well. But again, are currently on target to complete all roofing repair efforts this year. Similarly, looking at all of the school locations that have outstanding service requests, you see that we're projecting completion of all service requests in this summer for all of the schools listed here. The only location that we're projecting beyond this summer would be North Fort Myers Academy of the Arts and the Sanibel School, which we're projecting for August of this year. In addition to completing all of the work activities at the different sites that are still outstanding, we are working very closely with the maintenance department to make sure there's a transition plan and a closeout plan in place so that we can continue, as Warren mentioned, to learn from the experience of the past hurricanes and better our processes moving forward. Some of the items that we're really focusing on is documentation, both pre-hurricane event and post-hurricane event. That includes final punch walk reports that are being submitted to the district for all work activities completed. That also includes compliance final packages being submitted for each school location, as well as total closeout packages that we'll again submit for each school location. That will be a repository of information that the district has available to them so that if something comes up in the future or if FEMA has a blatant request that they need to address, the information will be readily available to you guys to access. Again, speaking to lessons learned, one of the items that Imperium actually helped spearhead and Accenture is also supporting is photo documentation to support some of the FEMA insurance claims. And what we found is ahead of the Hurricane Milton event, we actually did another round of drone photo documentation throughout the district. I believe we were able to capture about 75% of the school locations throughout, and it did a great job of giving us an opportunity to speak to the specifics of the impacts of the storm event, no matter how large or how small across. So we are in the process of doing the same ahead of this next storm season. Hopefully, knock on everything, that we don't get another storm, but we continue to learn from the experiences of the past and make sure that the school district is in a better position to address those impacts moving forward. And with that, I will turn it over to Barbara, who will speak to preparedness.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we know, storm events impact everyone in the community, and we must all work together with planning and preparation efforts. Here at our district community, our Safety and Security Department continue to work closely with Lee County EOC They also, we also have the operations division, which is working with us, maintenance and the county on the same grants that was discussed earlier on hardening of the roofing systems, which again will be applicable to Ray Potoff and Eastlake County High School. Because we have that close relationship with our our electrical companies, they are actually continuing to work on public outreach, pole inspections, vegetation management, and improvements to their infrastructures. And as we know, with the power companies, they always prioritize their hospitals first, but then we're also secondary on that list there. And usually around this time of the year, this is when we start to communicate with them and share information, which accounts we have, which sites are our shelters, et cetera. So that is all part of this preparation effort for hurricane season. Next slide, please. As far as pre-storm preparations go, at a more granular level, there's different departments in the district that are working on different items. They're revisiting processes and procedures in order to get ready for the 2025 storm season. In the case of maintenance services, we have been working diligently on vegetation management throughout this course of the year. When this the school year started earlier on, we started with contractor services. We were able to utilize our in-house staff to continue work such as tree trimming, and they're going to continue doing that work until probably, we're hoping we don't get targeted with rainy season as critical as usual, but we're going to try to push it as far as we can to probably to June if possible. But then at that point, that team will have to transition back to mowing services in order to continue the work that's required during this wet season. In addition to vegetation management, we're also continuing to work on gutter and drainage cleanouts. This year, we have worked on 9 projects with the funding sources that we have received. That's also very important because when these systems are plugged, there's nowhere for the water to run to. So in our efforts in our department as a preventive maintenance measure, we are continuing to do those cleanouts as necessary. We also have to thank our schools because there are some schools that are also being proactive with this effort. Some of the building supervisors at those locations are also doing those gutter cleanouts as well in order to assist with this joint effort that we have going on. In addition to this work, we also have our in-house staff performing quarterly emergency generator testing. This is a preventive maintenance measure that is always done on an annual basis. And additionally, we have to thank the different funding sources and our district leaders that have been able to approve funding for window upgrades as well, because that we're installing impact-rated glass for the different facilities. In addition to this work, we also have construction services helping us with capital roofing upgrade projects, which again is also helping strengthen and harden our structures. We did a rough count this morning before coming to this meeting, and from the time that Irma happened in 2017 moving forward, we have probably exceeded 33% of the total number of roofs that we have either done a partial or full roofing replacement. So again, a lot of extensive work has taken place in order to strengthen our buildings. Next, at this time, this will conclude our presentation, and this panel will turn it over to the superintendent for comments and board discussion.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Cedeno, and just thank you to our team. Hurricane recovery is truly a team sport. There is no I in team, truly in this situation. When I think about all of the work that our boots on the ground are doing to be proactive, as you mentioned, Ms. Cedeno, to our wonderful team who's fighting hard with insurance and other entities to try to recover the dollars that we give them so that they can return that favor when hurricanes come our way. So just into all of the proactive work, I just wanted to also point out some lessons learned. So those of you that know me well know I'm a continuous improvement kind of gal. And I love when I hear we step back from the chaos and we start to look at what can we do better next time. That's always very impressive to me. So thank you for that. I'd also be remiss if I didn't just also piggyback on your compliments, not only to the staff, but also to our partners in recovery, from the governor's office to the legislature, to the county commission, to the Florida Department of Education. It is truly a partnership, and we couldn't do it without all of you, as well as our partners, and of course, our very supportive board. So just thank you for that. Mr. Griffith, I do have one piece of good news. I've been in consultation with the National Weather Service. They said there are going to be no hurricanes in Southwest Florida this year, so we are done. We're talking like next year, right? Okay. So with that, we look forward to your conversation today.
Mr. Ribble.
Yes, great report, good detail. I just have one question. I think it's a nightmare for everyone, but it looks like we still have $18 million on the table to collect on insurance. How's that look to get that recovery?
We've gotten confirmation from the representative of the insurance carriers that they've agreed to the dollar amount of the loss that exceeds the $75 million. It's just a question now of receiving the proofs of loss and getting those proceeds. We're hopeful that we've set them a deadline of the end of our fiscal year. We've set that challenge to them, but yeah, that money should be on its way.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Schiaviano, you have something?
Well, one, thank you for all the information. Like I said, I think anyone that lives here in Florida understands that hurricanes aren't any fun. But I had a couple questions. So the $18 million that was mentioned, is that strictly for Ian recovery, or does that have to do with Milton as well?
That's strictly Ian recovery. It's the balance of the $75 million named wind policy.
So do we have a number for Milton as far as what that looks like spent and out, something similar to this?
I can get those figures for you, but I can tell you that we've already recovered from our NFIP policies, flood policies. It is $250,000 for the Sanibel School and over $400,000 for Fort Myers Beach Elementary School. And I've applied for FEMA recovery for, and that application's pending for FEMA recovery for what's not covered by insurance.
Okay. And then the other piece, I was able to join the ad hoc call for Fort Myers Beach, and I know Mr. Griffith and Stevens, you guys were on the call, so I just kind of wanted to, there was two things that popped out to me. Hector Cafretta obviously being the one school here in, inland and Cape Coral that was damaged since Ian, right? And we're always like, the Fort Myers Beach school, but I forget that I drive past Hector Cafretta and the damage and it looking like it was an empty rundown building, and those kids haven't been in that school for 840 days. They're in portables, right? So we forget about that school, so thank you for that. But for Fort Myers Beach, if maybe we can provide a little bit of insight, again, onto that ad hoc committee and kind of the conversations that are happening and what's coming up with that as well.
I can take that.
Sure.
So we've engaged a specialty consultant to perform a facility assessment of the Fort Myers Beach Elementary School location, including looking at a little more detail to the structural assessment that we previously received, but also more importantly, looking at the community impacts both on the island and for Lee County as a whole. I'll actually be meeting them on site tomorrow morning. We have an aggressive schedule for the next 2.5 weeks because we need to get you guys a fully vetted report back by the 25th of this month is what we've promised back to Mr. Stevens and the rest of the group. In addition to that, we are continuing to work with our architectural and structural engineer who provided the previous assessment to make sure that we have details on the 5 different options that were presented at the ad hoc meeting. We're going to provide you guys with updated cost estimates on all of those 5 options on the 25th as well, so that you have pertinent information ready to make a decision at that time.
Perfect. And then the one other thing, I know there's been options and discussion, so I know those meetings are happening. So just thank you for the transparency on that. And I know I'm going to be visiting next week the Fort Myers Beach School. I think it's on my agenda to do the tour as well. So just thank you for that update and working hard to get our money back. So thank you.
If I may, Ms. Chaviano,
Yes.
in addition to what Mr. Griffith advised, we did visit the modular units that the city of Fort Myers Beach are using currently, just to kind of get a first glance at them to determine if they're economically and feasible to utilize, and also do they meet SREF requirements. And we're trying to now move forward in that particular assessment. And so what we'll use is utilize that information as well as the information that Mr. Griffiths and his team are going to provide. At this point, we were also advised by the city that they have to move those units by August 1st. But there's a cost associated with it because they have a standing lease for another year to a year and a half. We're not able to discuss costs of utilizing those units. Before we engage in that conversation, we really want to determine through the construction team and maintenance teams and our partners if we are able to use those units. and we will provide the board, Dr. Carlin, and I'm sure she'll share it with you all once we provide that information.
Yeah, so that was brought up by the vice mayor as a suggestion, so I'm glad we're looking into that and doing that piece. But thank you for the update, and thank you for your hard work on that. Appreciate it.
Ms. Giovanelli, then Mr. Fisher?
Thank you. Quick question regarding the drone imaging, right? Am I saying? Okay. I actually thought that was awesome because during Irma, we did not have the prior pictures and so that's how we have Imperium, and thank you for that because you're worth your weight in gold. And I want to really stress that because it's the key to getting reimbursed as much as possible. So my question regarding the drone is that service, was that done by Imperium or who did that? Or the other company, what was the other, AccuCenter or Accenture? Accenture. Did you, how did that, who initiated that?
So it's been a group effort to date. So for Hurricane Ian, I know Imperium spearheaded that effort. Ahead of Hurricane Milton, we both had teams out here ready to support because we were expecting the storm to be much more impactful than thankfully it ended up being. So we actually had multiple drone pilots from both companies here ahead of Milton. And then we have a change order that we're negotiating with the district right now to do another set of reviews ahead of this next hurricane season. And I believe that one's going to be spearheaded by Accenture, but it's a group effort. We're both available. We don't need to both be doing it, but we're a team effort here.
Well, Nick, I just want to thank you for that because that was the one thing that stood out for me because having lived through Irma and then Ian and we were doing things a lot better with Ian, but Irma was honestly a huge failure. And so I am excited just seeing that bit of change. I know we're heading in the right direction. I don't want to thank you gentlemen for that because when I saw that, I was like, oh, I just wanted to jump up and down because that it's just key. I mean, how do you prove if something wasn't, if it was affected by a hurricane without pictures and before and after is key. So thank you.
Mr. Fisher?
Yeah, just briefly, obviously, thank you everyone for your hard work. I appreciate it. Since we've met last time, we've had essentially 2 hurricanes. So I'm going to ask through the chair to Superintendent Carlin as well as Chief Stevens. Ms. Cedeno had mentioned this. I was seeing if we get a little bit more in depth in the future, just talking about what some of our hardening measures are for our schools and our sites.
I'd be happy to do that, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are going to move on to our construction change order report of February 2025. This will be presented by Scott Rickenbacker and Melissa Rivera.
Good afternoon, board members. Superintendent Carlin, Esquire de Bruno. This is your February 2025 Capital change order report required by statute. As you will notice on the very first page, today we're going to report on direct material purchases, change orders in the amount of $1.2 million, a return on tax savings back into the district of $76,000, non-direct material purchases. We have change orders in the amount of $7.6 million. That is a $7.6 million capital return back to the district coffers to be repurposed for other capital programs. And zero contingency adjustments to report. The secondary backup page, we have one direct material purchase, as I mentioned. We have 10 regular change orders. 4 are returns, 1 is an add, and 5 are extensions of time only with $0 for projects, and we have no contingency adjustments to report this month. Are there any questions?
Any questions, board members? Ms. Jordan?
The flat roof on Fort Myers, how does those dollars reflect that small fire that they had on that roof?
That's covered by the contractor. Now, realize it's not uncommon to have those fires in the parapet. They use torches. There's sometimes wood blocking in those parapets, and unfortunately things can get hot and smolder. I'm not saying it's an event we appreciate occurring, but they do occur. We have currently extended our fire watches to 4 hours. That's not the norm. It's typically 1 hour. So we've taken action following that particular incident to ensure with temperature guns and the additional 4 hours. Now, we pay for the 4 hours of fire watch. So to protect our investments and to ensure that that doesn't happen again, we've made changes. That tax money is actually where we buy the materials. So when we get into a contract with a vendor, we do a deductive change order. The deductive change order means we now invoice and purchase the materials. They manage the materials. We purchase it. And hence, we are tax exempt, and the $76,000 is that tax exemption you're seeing coming back to the district out of the contract that we engaged in.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? All right, thank you.
Have a great day.
You too. Next is our policy review pre-briefing presented by Kathy DePay-Bruno and Benny Brophy. And if staff could just check to see if Mr. Persons has joined us yet through Zoom. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. Dr. Carlin, this is your policy review. You've had an opportunity to review the policies. Are there any questions or concerns?
Board members, any comments, questions, or concerns regarding the policies? I just had one. It's not really a question. It's something I wanted to bring up during this time we were talking about our policies. Where would it be? I saw it earlier. It was the travel and expenses. I just can't, I don't know what grouping that would be. Thank you. There it is. Would you mind reminding me if there were any changes in this, or was this an additional something that we added, or what was the change prior to this?
This was just a clarification from Neola.
Okay. I don't really have a question regarding policy necessarily, but I wanted to start conversations maybe in our one-on-one about the amount of traveling that we are doing out of county, what budget that's coming out of, how much money there is being spent traveling. If we could have those conversations.
Be happy to have that conversation with you.
Thank
Yes.
you. That's all.
Okay, so thank you, Madam Chair. These policies will come to you again in a first reading in May, so just remember that because we're going to go ahead and start the formal rulemaking process. And just for the members of the public, because we do go fast with policies, that they know that we have in-depth one-on-ones with each board members about the policies. Thank you, Board and Dr. Carlin.
Thank you. I just want to make sure with my colleagues that it's okay to pursue, or would you rather take a break after the budget overview before? I just want us to be aware of time. Is it okay to go after? Okay. All right. Next is our budget overview. This will be presented by Dr. Amy Desamore and Kelly Lecter this afternoon. Welcome.
Hey, okay, we're on point now. All right, good afternoon, Dr. Carlin and members of the board. We have a continued update for you. We've been visiting every month since the calendar year started related to budget and our progress throughout the year. We've got a little bit more to share with you today, so I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Letcher, who will take us through where we are right now in terms of the timeline, some information related to school allocation, and some information related to what we've gotten from the state thus far related to our current budgets, and then also what we are anticipating in FY26.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with the current budget. We have received the third calculation of the Florida Education Finance Program. It took a while to get here, but it finally came. With that, we've seen an increase in our FTE of 992 and an increase in our weighted FTE of 1,853. While that generated an increase overall, there was a proration at the state level of almost $7.9 million. And the state did do an enrollment stabilization and gave us an additional just about 4.3 million back to keep the weighted or the per FTE cost the same at 9,241. But we ended up with the overall proration of $2,801,656. When you break that down, our total funding increase in the FEFP this time was $9,170,792. Of that, the Family Empowerment Scholarship increased $11,097,172. So district traditional schools and charter schools saw a loss of $1,926,380. I want to refer you to the spreadsheet of the FTE breakdown. I want to keep sharing this one with you. So I know that's been a question on our breakdown between the traditional schools, charter schools, and family empowerment scholarships. So in the 2024 column, it's very hard to see up there, I'm sure you also have it with you. As you can see, that increase over last year for our district traditional schools is 1,617.65. Our charter schools increased over last year 446.26 FTE, and the scholarships grew 3,251.75. The next column shows the governor's budget. If you remember when I went over the governor's budget with you last month, I told you I thought that their enrollment projections were low. I was right. So our enrollment projections that we have agreed to with the state at this point has Lee County growing to 111,917.43 for next year, which is an overall growth of 3,374. Of that, the district traditional schools, we're looking at probably about 914 student growth. The charter schools right around 446, and the scholarships growing about 2,013. Now these are all projections, they'll change between, but this is just the way it was laid out right now. Want to now go.
Before Kelly moves on, I do just want to reiterate what she was communicating with the third calculation. In that, in the original formula that was given to us in the FEFP in July, right, when everything was finalized, in the original formula, had the state continued to use that original formula, we would have received some more money. But because those funds weren't there at the state level, we did get a proration, or that is, they cut down, right, the amount of money that the district was to receive by about, in the slide, a total of $7.8 million. But because we had seen a small proration in July, a total in this calculation of about $7 million. However, what the state did do in that proration calculation was, because we had been figured to receive $9,241 per FTE in the original calculation, we were able to maintain, right, in the new calculation at $9,241. Had the proration not happened, we would have had more funds than $9,241 per FTE. It would have been higher, but that was how the calculation was done in this current calculation for October, because of lots of factors around the state, including the amount of FTE that materialized around the state and the funding available in those education funds for this latest recalculation of the FEFP. So I just wanted to make sure to reiterate that and stop if there were any clarifications or questions that anybody had related to that.
So now I want to go to our school allocations. At our last meeting, we touched on the school allocations. We went through what the process was, what the schools saw. Now that we have provided them, I wanted to go over what we have done. So we have finished our school-by-school projections. We compared them to the batch or the lottery that ran. We sent that information out prior to the release of the lottery information and the DRAs to the schools for them to review it, to make sure that they were in agreement with the numbers that we had put together for them. We got some feedback, made some adjustments based on some principal discussions. And then we went forward with that. We worked with the regional assistant superintendents and the different program areas to make sure that the schools were aware of what resources were needed for within those areas. We provided all of the schools' allocations on March 31st, which included their district resource allocation, their Title I allocations, their IDEA allocations, and ESOL allocations. We then met with the principals last week at their principals managerial meeting. We had open labs with them and went over with them their files. If there was some issues or concerns, we addressed them at that meeting and worked through some things with them at that meeting, which I thought, at least the feedback we got was that it was very helpful and they enjoyed that time to look through their files and have us there to work with them. I want to talk about then what does the school allocations mean? So we provided to the schools just through the district resource allocation about $633.6 million. That's an increase this year over the current year of about $26 million to our schools. That's not the only funding our schools receive. Some of the other things that they get is they get some money from the educational enrichment, or as we used to know it as the SAI, or supplemental academic instruction. About $19.7 million of that was allocated to our schools. They get funds for equipment so that as the school ages, things need to be replaced. We give them equipment funds. We have some things we call above formulas that we allocate to some of our schools. So our arts, we allocated an additional $1.7 million to our art schools. Our non-high school IB programs, we allocated another $140,000. International centers, we allocated an additional $420,000, and our comprehensive high schools, we allocated another $327,000. These are just pieces. There are still other pieces that the schools get as well. These are just some of the big ones I wanted to point out as we went through this. So, of course, the work never ends. So moving forward, we're going to continually working with our regional assistant superintendents and our principals on any issues and concerns that they have. We will continue to watch the school's enrollments over the summer to see if we need to make any adjustments based on some actual enrollments that are going up or maybe going down. On day 10, we will adjust the schools based on the kids that actually show up. So throughout the summer, we'll have students who enroll but never really actually show up at school. And so this kind of aligns us with the ones that really do show up at the school. And then we'll adjust again in October based on the actual students' FTE and a projected February based on history that they've had. So if they normally grow, in the second part of the year, we'll adjust them a little bit higher so that they can account for that growth that they would normally see. And if they usually lose, we'll be dropping them down a little bit based on that so that they can equal out for the year, much like it is done with the district when we receive our allocations from the state. Then in April, during April, we are getting information from the legislative process, and we're reviewing those items for budget impact. On May 2nd, the legislative session ends, and we should be getting our first Florida Education Finance Program calculation at that time. In June, we'll be providing the preliminary budget to you all. We will, again, throughout the summer, keep looking at those enrollments. In July, we should receive our second calculation from the state, and this one is with our final millage amounts from the state. The tax roll information will come to us and give us our final millage rates that you all will have to levy. We will be advertising the budget based on the trim requirements. We will be presenting the tentative budget to you and then holding a tentative budget hearing in July. And again, keep looking at those enrollments. And then in August, our students will come back to school. As I said before, we'll be making those adjustments at day 10. We'll be finalizing the budget in August. And then in September, we'll meet with you again to have the final public hearing. And then we will provide all of the documentations to the Department of Revenue and the Department of Education based on those final, the final public hearing.
And so we stand ready for superintendent's comments. Any questions from the board?
Thank you very much, Dr. Desmore, Ms. Fletcher, for always doing a great job and being very in-depth in your presentations and helping to enlighten us about the budget. So that's fantastic. I also want to thank you for your customer service, providing those labs for principals and for other administrators to work through those issues in budgets and for being just available to them. So that's a really big deal. So thank you for that. I do want to highlight for the board, as we started talking about the third calculation, wanted to just highlight the Family Empowerment Scholarships increased $11 million, just over $11 million. And while we are a choice district, and we have been a choice district for many, many years, I wanted to make a note that FES is having an impact on our district budget. And it's why, when you hear me speak so passionately about wanting to move toward number one in the state of Florida, again, it's not about atta girl or great job our team, it's more about what it represents for children. Parents have choices. We want to make sure we are the number one choice for our parents with our traditional schools. So I turn it over to you for your conversation and your discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Carlin. Any board member comments or questions? Ms. Jordan?
Thank you for the presentation. Could you please tell me what the what is considered the international centers? So I was trying to think of the schools. What is that?
So we have, I think it's 3 of our high schools are called our international centers, and they run a special program for our ESOL student population at the high school level. The high school is the hardest to, when you get those ESOL students in, those ELL students at that level. And so they have these international centers that really help these students through the classes and really like a hands-on, one-on-one type of a situation, helping them make it through the program so that they have success and can graduate.
Thank you. I was like, what does that mean? And then my other question is, I was speaking to someone the other day, and on the state site, it says indirect per pupil funding. What is that we're receiving?
On the state site?
Yes.
On the state site, where, if you can?
The Florida State, on the Florida site, the FDLOE, and it says indirect per pupil funding.
Unsure, if you can maybe
find it
give
and
us a
send it to
copy
you.
or show us or send us a link of what it is that you're looking at, we'll be
Sure.
able to answer that question better.
Thank
I
you.
mean, there
I'll
is a
send it.
such thing as indirect funds that we receive through the grants, but I'm not sure if that's what they're referring to in this particular thing that you're looking at.
I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Ms. Giovanelli?
Mine is kind of related a little bit. When we were in Tallahassee, I can't remember, maybe somebody can remember who it was. The legislator was talking about unintentional consequences because when they, the law, I think it's 1557, when the money follows a student, technically, they said they had as unintentional consequences, and they were looking at correcting that at this session. Are y'all aware of that at all? That was something they talked about. Y'all remember, somebody said it?
The delay in
Yeah,
receiving
did.
the funds, is that what you're talking about?
I heard it.
Ms. Giovanelli, I can help with that, I think.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So what had occurred, there were some conversations at the state level that when parents receive the dollars, if the children come back to our school system, how is that being tracked? And so in order to have those dollars truly follow the children to come back, so there are some logistical issues, and they are still working through that with the Florida Department of Education.
Thank you, yeah.
More to come on that.
And I think that does impact our budget, and that's really what I'm trying to bring up, is the fact that, and my point to that is Tallahassee's working on it, I guess, is really, and they've recognized that issue, and I think it's important to note that, because they called it unintentional consequences, they really did not realize that. And then, so, speaking of unintentional consequences, this may be a question for the superintendent, but it does impact budget, I would suspect, or may not. With the new immigration laws, have we seen a decrease in our enrollment that would impact our budget? And do we anticipate that we haven't yet, do we anticipate any of that for the 2026 year, to impact our budget? Thank you.
Dr. Conlon, did you want to respond, or did you want me to go in? Because I'm happy to.
You can take a shot at it, and then I'll
Okay.
follow up with anything else. Thank you.
So within any budget cycle, we do have to take into account in the budget what happens if we don't reach the FTE that we project to receive or that we're being paid on. So we will, in every budget, and next year will be no different, always set aside some type of reserve, and in the budget book and on your reserve page, it's noted as a reserve for FTE shortfall, in which we'll set aside an amount that we anticipate if we don't reach our FTE projection. Of course, the state calculation will come back, right, for some money that we didn't earn. And so we will anticipate that in next year's budget, just like we have done in budgets before this. The specific situation that you're referring to may have some impact on what we set aside as our FTE shortfall. The district does have its eye on that and is monitoring things like absences and our FTE reporting to see whether we see some trend there or not, but we will plan for that in any other circumstances inside of our reserve for FTE shortfall.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
I'm
up here with Sarah too, so.
It is 2:57. I'm going to call a brief recess. We will come back at 3:10. Okay. Thank you.
counselors and psychologists.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. They work with our children.
Good afternoon. Thank you. We are going to go ahead and resume the meeting, and it is my understanding that Mr. Persons is now joining us via Zoom. We are going to have, Fiscal Responsibility Action Plan by Ms. Dr. Amy Desamore and Ms. Sarah Cox. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Excuse me, Madam Chair, if we could just note the time of the reconvening, please.
The time is 3:10 p.m.
Okay, great. All right, good afternoon, Dr. Carlin and members of the board. We are here today to discuss our updates on the Fiscal Responsibility Action Plan. As we all know, the superintendent outlined various priorities and fiscal responsibility was one of those. There are action plans that each of us were asked to compile for each of those priorities, and so we wanted to share a little bit of information related to the Fiscal Responsibility Action Plan as we have formulated it so far. So first, we wanted to make sure that we were on the same page with everyone, with community, as we discuss fiscal responsibility, to really talk about what the definition of that is. And when we talked about that, we really formulated about 7 basic tenets that were surrounding fiscal responsibility. Of course, we want to make sure that we manage our finances to align with our priorities. It only makes sense that those things that we outlined as being most important are those things that we want to make sure that we put resource behind, both financial resource, people resource, and all other kind of resource behind those priorities that we set. Second, we want to make sure that we balance our spending with our income. Now, of course, we know that as a rule and as a state statute, we must do that. We cannot necessarily operate in the deficit. Our revenues have to equal our expenses. And so just balancing our spending, of course, with our income is a basic tenet of fiscal responsibility in our definition. We want to avoid excessive debt. That doesn't mean that debt isn't necessary at certain points in time, but certainly there's a balance to it. So we want to make sure that as a district, throughout time, that we avoid the excessive acclimation of debt. We need to effectively plan for both the short and the long term. Sometimes it might be difficult to do both, seeing as how is our funding model from the state and how things may shift and change from year to year. But still, we do have to make an effort to plan for both the short and the long term in anticipating those things that may come in the future. We want to make sure that we strengthen revenue streams. When we talk about fiscal responsibility or balancing a budget, there really are 2 sides of that. There's revenue, and then there's the expenditure side. We spend much time talking about the expenditure side of it, making sure that we are reducing or that we're being responsible where we can as far as the expenditures, but we also can talk about the revenue side of it and how we can strengthen our revenue streams and in some cases be able to maybe pursue revenue that we wouldn't necessarily have. And so strengthening revenue streams is a tenet of that. We want to be accountable for and transparent about our fiscal decisions and our fiscal information. And so we have, of course, some things later on in the presentation that will speak to our action steps related to that. And then also a focus on efficiency and effectiveness. So those are the 7 tenets that we wanted to utilize to really identify or define what fiscal responsibility means. And we have on here that fiscal responsibility is a mindset, because it really absolutely is. It's not something that you do, it's something really that you are. And so we are moving towards being that at all times within the school district, and that is not just the responsibility of everybody in the business services division, but it's the responsibility of anybody who has purview over resource, over human resource, over fiscal resource, over any type of resource that we use to get our job done in the school district of Lee County. And really in some way, shape, or form, that is everybody. That is all of us. So those are the tenets of fiscal responsibility that we wanted to lay out, and you will hear us refer back to those tenets as we talk about our action plan and our action steps throughout the way. And why is it important? Well, first of all, we all know that's 100,000 students that are relying on us to be fiscally responsible and to be able to provide the things that are going to help the district meet its vision and its mission. So if we're going to ensure that every student achieves his or her highest personal potential, then we have to utilize our resources effectively to do that. In summary, the action plans, and there are many action plan steps that go along with each of these major initiatives, but we wanted to ensure that we at least outline the major initiatives that we have within our fiscal responsibility action plan at this time. There are 6 major initiatives that we identified, and then the appropriate or the aligning fiscal responsibility tenets we have next to them. So we're going to go through each of these 6 in a little bit more detail. First, we want to ensure that everyone is knowledgeable of their current budget and that we analyze what our current spending is. There are many action plan steps beneath this, but generally what's happening now is that we're meeting with each division and department to review the budgets line by line, including special projects and positions, and analyzing the current expenditures on those, and that's taking place now. We'll also meet with schools to review budgets line by line as well, including positions. As you just heard in the last presentation, Kelly tell us that the school allocations are the largest thing really that we have in the budget, so we must analyze those. The timeline for that, though, is really coming up in October of 2025, so next school year. We really wanted to start the process here at the department level, and that is what we're doing. And really, it's just the analysis of those so that schools, departments, division heads, everyone are more knowledgeable, or as knowledgeable as we all can be about current budgets, how spending is going, and different ways, methods, and means to analyze spending within each of those so that we can be as efficient as we possibly can. So that really is the goal behind that particular fiscal action plan, and there are many steps underneath that. Second, we want to make sure to maximize the use of current funds. And so part one of our major action plans, and there are many steps beneath this, is that we develop a process to analyze that return on investment and what the impact is of programs and special projects that we are placing within the budget. We have had some conversation with the board already about some methods and means used to do that, such as Glimpse that we had a presentation on not too long ago. That was one of the ways that the district was considering approaching, one way to approach an analysis of a return on investment, and there could be other ways to do that. And then also we want to, develop the process to utilize that information so that it is something that we are doing on an ongoing basis. So it becomes really, as Dr. Carlin mentioned earlier, a continuous improvement process. It's not something that's a one and done. It's something that's incorporated into the process of creating the budget and then analyzing the use of the funds and the return on that expenditure. The next step is developing a comprehensive budget with stakeholder input and buy-in. There are many different steps to this inside of this, but generally what we're talking about here is analyzing the way that we put the budget together, who we involve, how the communication works, and how we effectively prioritize the things that we will fund in any given year. So one of the steps here we have is to centralize the grant allocations in the budget process, so that way we can better align our budget decisions and our budget funding sources with the district's priorities. So more centralization of that. We are also in the process now of creating a new prioritization process for budget requests, so that we can more generally, or more not subjectively, more objectively, that's the word I was looking for, more objectively assess the requests align them to the budget based on the prioritization process, and then always analyzing our district level budgeting processes to make sure that we are as efficient and effective as possible. Again, there are many steps underneath this, but this is just generally the action plan within the whole fiscal responsibility plan that just kind of outlines from a fiscal standpoint what we are trying to do or outline for both the board and for the public and ourselves in terms of the next steps to be taken.
Another one of our action steps is to maximize current revenues. As you know, we have limited control over our revenues. The state pretty much assigns us the funding through FEFP, and then there's some other things that we can do. So trying to maximize our availability and what we do have or can generate is important in strengthening those revenue streams. So first here you will see improving our FTE reporting process by identifying areas of weakness and putting internal controls in place around those weaknesses. Given that FTE is our main funding stream, those students being present in our schools, taking count of them during the FTE surveys, and that being what drives our money through the FEFP, which is our primary revenue source in the general fund, it's extremely important that we are ensuring that entire process is happening accurately. And that involves many, it's an organization-wide effort. We have a team here at the district level made up of staff from academic services, student data systems, and our budget team that are meeting bi-weekly to constantly evaluate processes, make improvements, put process documents in place for our schools, and work with various school level staff to make sure that the information going into the focus system is accurate, to make sure we're maximizing the funds we're receiving from the state related to the FEFP. Secondly on here is process improvement or new processes to increase funds generated in current revenue sources. A couple of examples of that is Medicaid is a big one. That's a federal revenue stream into the general fund in which we get reimbursed for services provided to students. Those services include things such as speech and language pathology, OT, PT, but it gets very expansive and we can start generating money in areas like transportation, social work, mental health services. And so that's another joint effort with our finance team and the student services team to put some processes in place and make sure we're maximizing that revenue. Some more low-hanging fruit that we're looking at, one that we've heard a lot about recently is the speed zone infractions. That's something that the City of Cape Coral and City of Sanibel has already implemented, and we anticipate receiving revenue from that stream fairly soon as those speed zones went into effect in the last week or so. The district will receive $10 or $12 per ticket from that. So kind of not sure how much revenue that will generate, but what revenue does get generated from that stream will be specifically used for safety and security, transportation, and improving student walkways. That is outlined in statute, and we must use that money for those services. And then lastly is, with the growth of private school scholarships, last year the state implemented a law that allows us to capture costs that we are providing to those students. So for example, we could have a private school student enroll in a virtual course and we would be able to charge them for enrolling in a district course. So this is a joint effort between the business services team, IT, and academic services. It would require us becoming a vendor on the Step Up for Students marketplace, identifying what kind of services we would want to offer, what the cost of those services are, and then just maintaining that through their website. So another low-hanging fruit that we're trying to address to generate additional dollars for our kids. Next, we have develop a culture that continues to focus on fiscal responsibility and continuous improvement. As we mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, fiscal responsibility is a mindset, and it's something we have to continuously talk about and reinforce with all levels of our organization. So one step that we will take beginning in October of 2025 is a quarterly review of the budgets with our individual departments, and that's basically to monitor spend rates and analyze their expenditures. This is in no way a judgment of what they're doing, or, as of Q1, we expect that they would expend 25% of their budget, because sometimes that's just not how the budget plays out, right? But it is just making sure they are spending the money. What they requested through their budgets is what they needed. And is there a time that we reevaluate and say, okay, this thing that I requested isn't going to happen, and we have an opportunity to pull that money back to reinvest in some other priorities. An initiative that has been ongoing for quite a few years, and particularly with the new DRA process, is collaborating with school leadership, principal leads, and the regional associate superintendents on school budget, training them, master schedule efficiency, and identifying allowable and unallowable expenditures for our schools. There's a lot of work that goes into the district resource allocation process, so ensuring we have good methodologies behind how we're allocating, constantly trying to improve on that process with our school leadership and our district academic leadership. And anyone who's worked in a school, master schedule efficiency is a prime driver of allocating resources effectively. So trying to make sure our schools are doing that effectively. It's an art, if you've ever seen it. It's a very fine art. So making sure that they're able to not only have an efficient master schedule, but the efficient resources to make that work as well. And then lastly for this step is reviewing processes and practices related to personnel expenditures. This is a large task that has been ongoing as well. A lot of this work is occurring through the Evergreen Compensation Study, and that work continues to go on. We're currently in phase 2. It's through the work that we do every year with our bargaining units. And then this is a joint effort with our HR division, specifically compensation and labor relations. Lastly, as part of our plan is increasing public knowledge and trust regarding our budget and finances. If you saw on one of the earlier slides, our budget is comprised of almost $937 million of local taxpayer dollars. So we owe it to them to have their trust and make sure they are aware of anything that they want to be aware of related to our budget. The first meeting we had with our community business leaders was in February, and really just trying to gauge an understanding of their perception and get their input on how we may be able to do things better from their lens. They have a wide variety of expertise, and maybe there's things that they could share with us that maybe we don't think of to help gain public trust and just improve our finances overall. Secondly, develop a comprehensive communication plan for sharing information with district stakeholders. This includes internal and external stakeholders. We kick this off next week, and it's really going to be about who we want to target, right? Each target audience would have a different level of communication that they would expect from us. Teachers may want to hear one thing, whereas the public community wants to hear something different. So trying to understand what it is that those different groups want to hear, making sure they have access to the information, and the information that we are sharing with them is pertinent and adequate. And then lastly is a monthly business update to the board. This is something we hope to have to you in the coming months. And this is an update that would share to you where we are with the district finances. It will include things such as year-to-date revenues and expenditures, cash and reserves, and investments, potentially highlighting some special funding that comes in a particular month, and just to kind of keep you in the loop of where we are from a business standpoint. So key takeaways from our presentation: collaboration on fiscal decisions is important. We can't, run this business without collaborating and communicating and understanding the budget together as a whole. We all may not know the fine details of it, but overall we need to be responsible and collaborate and making sure we're making the best decisions. It is a shared leadership. And accountability on the budget is critical. We have to question each other on things that we may find unreasonable, and that's through some of the collaboration with the divisions, and as you saw, sharing the department budgets at a cabinet level, so there's that interdepartmental knowledge of what is going on around the organization, ensuring we're not duplicating any efforts. Data analysis, the return on investment will help us analyze spending, and that tool of just generally being able to analyze up front. We have to identify what our expected return on investment is, and then being able to analyze that after the fact of, did we get the outcome that we anticipated? Again, maximizing current revenue. We have a couple that we're tackling currently and continue to explore new ideas related to that. And lastly, and most importantly, enhance transparency and communication with our internal and external stakeholders. So with that, we'll open it up to superintendent comments and board discussion.
Thank you very much, Dr. Desmores. Ms. Cox, as always, a very thorough presentation. Really appreciate that. As Dr. Desmores and Ms. Cox shared, we are keeping our eye on the ball. This is what we do each and every cabinet meeting. We go through, we make sure we take one of the priorities. We start to dive into those action plans. We look at accompanying metrics, and we make sure that we are continuing to move forward. We are laser-like focused in cabinet on moving these buckets of work forward. As Dr. Desmore also shared, fiscal responsibility is truly a mindset. I love that. I think that the first time I heard you say that, it was absolutely true. And that really is the mindset I know of our board. Look at each and every dollar that we spend, because those taxpayer dollars are precious. And we want to make sure we take good care of them and we're good stewards of that. I also want to commend our central office team, many of whom are in the audience, as well as working back at their desks. We have tried to set the example as the central office team. We are not going to schools and saying, you know, we're going to take your resources. As a matter of fact, what we're trying to do is to save a little bit of money down here, to the tune so far of just shy of $17 million, that we are then able to reallocate toward our priorities, which includes, not limited to, but which includes teacher compensation. So that is very, very important. So today we look forward to your conversation and your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Carlin. Board members, any comments or questions? Mr. Ribble.
I don't have any questions. I thought it was an excellent presentation, and I think it tees up very nicely the next discussion we're going to have with the job descriptions and our new alignment that we're going to do here in the district office. So excellent job, and I can't wait to hear some follow-up on a monthly basis, going back to Dr. Savage and his measurements that he puts in place with the data analysis. I'll look forward to those reports. Thank you.
Mr. Fisher.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work. It's appreciated, as well as for Superintendent Carlin for really coming in here and setting that tone. We appreciate it. Ms. Cox, thank you for bringing up the Step Up program. I think that could be a real game changer in this district. So a question I kind of want to follow up as we look forward to the future of fiscal transparency. One of the things we've talked about is really, for both the board and the public, really trying to expand upon access to certain areas of budget. One of the model districts we had talked about was Pinellas, for example. They have a model, a dynamic website that has a fiscal transparency section. In fact, you can drill down on each school within the district, go through much of the data from finances, demographic, all that stuff. So hopefully towards the future, I'd like to be able to get to some point like that. So thank you.
Ms. Giovanelli.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. I don't think in my 8 years that we've actually had a PowerPoint that was regarding fiscal responsibility, truly one. So I'm very excited about that, because with that becomes accountability and transparency. And I love the mindset idea, because it's going to be key for our stakeholders to have buy-in. And that's really important. And that communication is also very important from everyone, starting top down, to understand the why. And so I think that's really key, because with that, the why, with the, I want people to feel comfortable that they're able to come forward and feel like, and they understand the why. And so for this to be successful, we really all have to have stakeholder buy-in. And I thank you for that, that part of it. And I think at the end of the day, the results will be public trust, and as well with the results of increased student achievement. And that is the end game at the end of the day. And I just want to welcome back Mrs. Cox, because you were missed. So welcome back and welcome home. Thank you.
Ms. Jordan.
Thank you for the presentation. I love how positive they are, but I do have questions. I know that in looking at this, I still have yet to see where the 5% has been taken from in each department. I've asked for it numerous times. I have sent an email regarding it, and this is I receive a presentation. It still doesn't show me where the funds are coming, now it leads to transparency and trust for not just stakeholders, for board members as well. We need to be able to have that. And not only should we have it, it is our statutory duty to have that. So I'm going to kindly request that again, to be able to, through the chair to the superintendent, that I am able to get that information so I can look at that as well.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan, for the comment, and I have conveyed that to our folks in finance, and they are pulling that together. As a matter of fact, as recently as the last week or two, they've been sitting down and pulling all of that information together. So if it was very simple to do, to just say, these 5 things are coming out, but we have a very large organization, 52 departments, and so we have heard you. We are working on that request, and my apologies that it isn't able. It's not something we can just turn over in one day. It does require our team working very diligently, and I assure you they are working diligently to pull that together. So thank you.
And I appreciate that, and I know I've not been asking for it in a day. I've been asking it for quite some time, and as quick as it took to take the 5% out of these departments, it should not take that long to be able to share that information. But I also, and when I'm looking at, they're talking about the interdepartment knowledge, we definitely need to have that. But when we go into our next segue into the job descriptions, it looks like we are taking away that important knowledge that we need to have as far as the Medicaid. You mentioned Medicaid. How do we get the Medicaid dollars? Isn't it certain people that have to request that? Not just anyone here. It has to be, what, a licensed staff member that can request those dollars for us? I don't think just anybody can request those dollars.
Well, when you say request the dollars, I mean, there are certain activities that need to be performed.
Correct.
And those activities have to be performed by the appropriate certified staff in order to do that.
Thank you.
And then there's a process, an administrative process after that, where administratively, as long as we pull that information together and submit it to the appropriate authorities, we can request that reimbursement, but the services have to be performed by the appropriate people, if I'm answering your question.
Yes, so
Okay.
those people, we have to make sure that we keep them on staff in order to have all of this take place. And the return on investment, just everything that has been said, I appreciate it, I understand it, I am all for one team, let's get this work together, but I think we have to really think about the people that are in these positions that do the work to get us the Medicaid. In order for us to receive that we have to make sure that we keep them on staff to do such things, otherwise we're going to lose those funds. And then the district business meeting, who are the business leaders, if I may ask through the chair? Where do we get those from?
Yes, so I've
February.
assembled a superintendent's executive roundtable comprised of business leaders from throughout the county. So if you have ideas for people to be on there, certainly, but they're an advisory to me as the superintendent. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's an advisory committee. Okay.
Let me just clarify, as an advisory, not an official board advisory. This is an ad hoc type of committee comprised of business leaders. You may be familiar with that. We've done that in the past in our school district.
And I think that's it for right now, because the rest will be with the other. I just want to make sure, because I know when we just talked about the funds, and we just, on the next slide, we're going to see where we spent 3,268 and $340,000. So I just want to, we can't say we're doing one thing if we're showing something different. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. I'm going to check and see if Mr. Persons has anything.
Yes. Can y'all hear me okay?
We can.
All right. First, I again would like to thank the staff. The phrase I heard that makes me sort of excited is line by line. And I think that's been lacking, at least from our viewpoint. I agree with Ms. Jordan. The more information we have, the better. And I'm sure the public also agrees with that. So long with Mr. Fisher's suggestion that we end up putting this online in the future would be just awesome. I know that if other districts can do it, we can do it. So I'm excited. I feel that the budget is going to be probably the sharpest it's been since I've been on the board. This will be my third budget, and just all excited about it. So thank you.
Ms. Shabiano.
Yeah, so a few things to piggyback, and when we're talking about having the budget on the website, I think that was one of the bigger things during the campaign, having to understand our budget. So to be able to work in that direction and be able to put this online for that view to drill in, I think helps answer a lot of questions when you can find it yourself on the website versus having to pinpoint all 52 departments. But the one number that popped out to me was the $937 almost $1 million that we have from our taxpayers. And I think that's the purpose of this conversation, right? These cuts are being done, or these adjustments to our org at the district level is happening to move those funds underneath our district at our schools to help impact and drive up student achievement. So again, looking forward to what's going to be presented and the changes that are to come. Again, I think there was a lot of conversation in the past that were top heavy. So it's nice to see that we're working to right the ship and make sure that we are spending these taxpayer dollars the best that we can as if they were our own budget at home, because there's things like Dr. Carlin said, there's wants and there's needs, right? Do we want to have it or do we need to have it? And, you know, how this plays out and how this comes down, you know, it's also working towards creating successes and driving up that knowledge in our district as we continue to grow, because we've grown every year. And as you saw, even our projections prior, our enrollment continues to grow. People love Florida. We just can't build our schools fast enough. And in order to make sure that we have the funds and we're able to do the things, these are the hard things that need to happen in our budget to move that money and to do the right thing with the money. So I'm excited to see what this looks like and it being available to the public, as again, campaigning and trying to go through the budget book was not fun. So to be able to see it online and have access, where everyone kind of have access at 2 in the morning when you feel like looking, I think is great. So I'm excited. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have anything really to add, as it was all touched on, but Ms. Giovanelli, you were spot on that it has been a very cloudy situation, and when I was on the campaign trail myself, I heard about budget almost as much as student achievement. So it's a very important topic. I think it's incredibly important that we are transparent, like you were talking about, with our taxpayer dollars. And I love Mr. Fisher's idea about, you know, like a one-stop shop only for this topic right here for the public to view in on. So thank you so much for the presentation. It's always thorough. I really enjoy every time you come. I learn something new. So thank you very much. And I'm going to walk away with that same mindset of it's not an action, it's actually who we are. We're either frugal or we aren't. And so I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, moving on. Next is our proposed organizational change with Dr. Ken Savage presenting to us this afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, Superintendent Carlin, and Attorney Dupuy Bruno. It's a pleasure to be here with you today to go over the proposed organizational changes and to receive your feedback. First, we're going to start with the agenda for today, which is to start with the compelling why. Why would we be recommending some of these moves today? So to do that, we're going to unpack our current state as well as our recent performance. Second step that we're going to do is then try to really clarify the desired state. Where are we trying to get? And how do we attempt to get there through that structure as a foundational support system? And then last but not least, we'll have an opportunity for board feedback, questions, and discussions. So let's start with the present state, which we're not going to go into great detail because, as you all are well aware, you've adopted our current organizational structures over the past few years. It represents a pretty traditional hierarchical structure. One thing that sometimes is a matter of really judgment in terms of different superintendents and district leadership is, well, what level do you begin your top level org chart? So what you'll find as you look at other organizational charts throughout the state, some cases they will start it really at the chief level. Others they'll just have the superintendent, the board, the chief level at a very, very high level. Others will go all the way down to, as we do and many others do, down to the director level. The reason why some of the larger organizations choose not to do that is because the amount of directors, the size and scale of those organizations becomes so large that it would look unwieldy. It would be difficult to navigate. And so our traditional structure, as we move up in size as a district, starts to get to that balancing act of at what point do you continue to operate down to that level of director. But for the sake of what we're going to be putting forward as a draft, we have maintained that structure so that you get really an apples to apples director and above comparison as we have done historically here in this district. But before we dig into what's proposed, I want to kind of give you kind of a data visualization. Now, I want you to understand that none of this data is new. All this data is already on our website. It has been for quite some time. Every year when we put forward our budget book, it's there. But again, as some of our board members have contemplated, the budget book, digging into it sometimes, it fails to tell a story. So one of my special ways to try to help lead has to try to take numbers that can be intimidating and put them into data visuals so that you can see them. It becomes a little easier to experience numbers when you see them, especially when relayed over time. So what you have here in the orange line graph is our enrollment trend, as told to you through our budget books, starting with the 2009-2010 year all the way through the 24-25 adopted budget of the current year. That gives you the student totals of how we've grown over the last 15 years. What you also have then below is a green column graph. And that green column graph, which corresponds to the vertical axis to the right, tells you the administrative positions that we have in the district over that same time period. So you can see them visually represented. What you then also can see are these little boxes with percentages. Those percentages show you a year-over-year growth of the administrative units. So let's go all the way to the far left. The first year that we have in this was 2010, moving into 2011. And what you notice is that the administrative positions only increased 0.3%, so about 1/3 of 1% growth in change, in spite of the fact that you saw that orange line graph move up considerably. It's a pretty big jump in students. Then what you saw the following year in 2012 is not only that line of students kept going up, as we have seen exist time and time again throughout our district. Meanwhile, you notice the administrative positions increased 0.6% in that year over year. The following year, 0.9%. So for those first four years that you see, the administrative unit never increased more than 1%. Never more than 1% change in the year, in spite of the significant growth in students. What I've highlighted for you in red, the boxes in the red, are the highest 5 years of increased percentage year-over-year change in administrative units. And again, this is all administrators in the district. Comes directly out of the budget books for those years. Starting in 2016, the biggest jump that we ever had was a 3.8% increase in administrative units from the prior year. Then 2 years later, in 2018, a 4.3% jump in administrative units in a year where the students really didn't go up quite as much. Then you see a few years later, in 2021, a 5.3% increase in administrative units. Now, when it gets to these higher percentages, you can actually start to see the visual change in the green columns graphs. Until you get all the way to 2023, which was the single largest increase in administrative units that we've ever experienced since we started looking at this, going back in our budget books. So that's a double-digit increase in administrative units. And sure, it's true that students increased during that same time period, but what a story that tells when you see the massive increase in administration during that time period. Second year, still increased, a 3.8% jump. So you notice at this point, the green column graph has surpassed the orange graph there. In the past, you could see it was always slightly under, but in those particular years, it actually started to go above that group. Meanwhile, from a performance standpoint, We have our overall district performance during that same time period, 2009, 2010. We were tied for third, all the way to the highest ranking we ever had in the Big Ten, which was second place out of the Big Ten districts, as measured by our state accountability in the 2010-2011 school year. Since then, you can see that performance ranking has gone down, not all at once, but gradually over time. Meanwhile, you see the orange raw count of administrative units. Again, this goes across administrative positions. You can see where it started back in 9-10, all the way through 23-24. So in a way, it kind of gives you a big X. And so if our theory of action was increasing administration should also increase performance, clearly that theory did not hold up. So to encapsulate that in a nutshell, back in 2010, 2011, we were an A district. We were higher than Collier County. We were number 2 in the Big Ten. We had roughly 82,000 students. We had over 5,000 teachers. At that time, we had 87.39 principal position FTE. At that time, we had just under 41 administrative coordinators, which are almost exclusively at the central office. We also had 30 director or executive director positions, again, central office positions. Fast forward, we've increased 33% in that student count. Now, you'll know, as your earlier budget presentation, a lot of those aren't even students in our schools. Those numbers, so that number is somewhat exaggerated because, quite frankly, a lot of those are also, that reflects students in the empowerment fund who are not students that we have to administer to, that we have a direct responsibility for. Both numbers include charter students and so forth. Meanwhile, our instructional positions have gone up 23%. Our principal positions actually going up 1%, not even a full unit. Meanwhile, our district coordinator positions have more than doubled, 111% increase from what were 40.79 all the way up to 86.05. Our administrators in the director and executive position have gone up almost double as well, 59.5, for a nearly 100% increase, 98%. So while our students have gone up 33%, and that's again not fully true because some of those are actually FTE related to empowerment, our teachers have gone up a quarter percentage, 23%. Our central office administration, our school administration in terms of principals only, because APs and athletic directors have increased, but principals have hardly increased at all. But meanwhile, central office has more than doubled in terms of administration. Now, why am I sharing this data? This isn't new data, as I said, but it's not data that folks talk about. And certainly in the context of performance, it's important that we take an unflinching view. Because over 15 years, this has been the trend. We've seen the students increase, we've seen the teachers in our attempt to try to keep up with it. We've also seen a significant increase in the central office. This information shares some of that information transparently for you. Meanwhile, these are our instructional positions. And you can see that that same graphic that I set up with the administrator positions, when you look at the instructional positions, we have a big gap there. And unfortunately, even if we had more instructional positions during that student enrollment piece, we know that they're vacant, many of them right now. So it wouldn't do any good to add another 100 teaching positions because we don't have the ones that we have. And that's, again, a problem that this administration has got to fix. So what's our recommended desired state? We expect that we should expect as a district to become an A district again. There are over 22 in our state. We would like to be among them. We used to be number 2. We've never been number 1. Presently, we're 9th place. So we have a long way to go, but we'd like to be first place in the Big Ten. And that is our expectation. We don't start out to say we'd like to be 8th. We don't like to be 9th. We'd like to be first. That is the expectation of what we would like to be. And we'd like our leadership and action to drive towards that type of outcome. One thing that we've heard a lot of over time is excuses. We've talked about our changing demographics. We've talked about some of the challenges that we have, and those are real. But I'm going to give you a brief moment where I'm going to take you a quick story. When I was asked to become the principal at James Stevens Elementary, they were, for 7 consecutive years, the lowest or second lowest performing school in the district for 7 consecutive years. When I came in there, I came in with some of the most talented people that I knew. some of the best teachers, one of the very best administrators. There was a total of 8 folks who came to the school and tried to help do the very best they could to bring the highest caliber of instruction to those students. They onboarded, at that time, the lowest achieving students in the entire district walking in the door. They were single-digit math proficient when we got there. Single digit. There was no other district. In fact, they had the second lowest gains in the entire state of Florida the year before we got there. I say that to say they are our kids, our community. You could not have found a more deserving group of students and families and community that needed the best that we had in the district to offer. And the people that decided to join that journey were the very best people I knew. And what did they do? It wasn't me teaching those students. It wasn't me doing all that hard work. It was those people working with those kids every single day. And what did they do? In achievement, they outperformed half of the schools in Lee County, the elementary schools in Lee County. Now, we had a longer day. Again, that was our different thinking. That was an ask for forgiveness, not permission. That was, we had really high caliber people teaching these people, teaching our kids. And what did they do? They blew it out of the water. These students who had a lot of the challenges that we hear about from our teachers, that we hear in our community about, well, these poor kids, and think about what they come to school with. There wasn't a shortage of love in that building, but there was a shortage of understanding of how to move the needle in a way that is expected. And as a result, after that year, not only did we out-achieve half, including one of my nephew's schools, which was much more affluent, out-achieved half of the schools, including theirs. If we could do it at James Stevens with students who people believed could not learn to that level in a single year, it could be done. It took away the excuses. We cannot live in our problems, is what our superintendent says to us all the time. Don't bring me these problems. Let's get to solutions. Let's get the problem solved. The reason I bring up that school as an example, because you could not have picked a more low-achieving school, a higher poverty school, if we wanted to make all the excuses in the world about what could or couldn't happen in that school. We could have. But the difference was superior teaching, superior systems of instruction that were put into place for those students with the highest caliber people is what moved the difference. Now, it's a lot harder when you talk about a scale of our size. But what we need to ensure is that we have that proper leadership in all of our schools, that we have the top-tier talent in terms of teaching and support systems for those students. That is what we are after. We are trying to drive that piece. It is not fun to be the administration that inherits a doubling of central office with a dramatic decline from 2nd to 9th over these last 15 years. It is not a privilege for us to have to basically get hateful stares as we walk around shining a light on the facts of the doubling of that administration. It's not pleasant, but it is the truth. And we have to own our results, and we have to do something about it. So we need to balance our support. We can't talk about supporting our schools. We have to put resources into our schools. You've seen that commitment in this most recent budget year. Higher value driven into schools in that. We still need a great central office. There are incredible people out there doing incredible work. We are not trying to diminish that, and we are not trying to get rid of that. But we have to take a view of understanding that we have to create accountability for ourselves in that process. That's why at the bottom, you'll see we need an organizational structure that supports high performance and true accountability. Our schools are graded. Our principals have to walk into a letter grade. Our teachers have to go into schools where a letter grade does not define them, and yet that is the reputation they carry with us. Our departments don't get a letter grade. Our departments don't have clear state accountability measures that allow them to get ratings. They don't show up on community boards that talk about what schools are great or not. We have to create that accountability through performance, through transparency, and through support. So to give you a nutshell, you have a printout copy of your draft, because I'm sure you can't read it on the screen. You have a legal-sized piece of paper that you have accordingly. We're going to go piece by piece, and I'll try to be brisk about this, because we've obviously gone through some of these ideas. But we wanted to also do a little bit for our public as well, for anyone who would tune into this. Part of the sensitivity of why we have to provide you the front-load information is because when most of your budget lives in people, and you talk about structure, you're talking about people. And that's a challenge, because if you start to have judgments about different departments and consolidations, you're really triggering people on a very emotional level, which is to be expected. That's why we do it in such a manner as this, so that we tried to meet with impacted staff, all of them ahead of time, so that they would know that we were going to be contemplating this with the board today about this recommendation. That said, we're going to go ahead and start at the very top where we have our public and the superintendent and school board. Then we're going to drill a level down from that to the deputy superintendent. That's my position. That's the position I'm currently in. We consolidated a prior chief of staff executive position and a deputy superintendent so that I could serve in both functions. And then what we did is downgraded in our recommendation. Instead of serving as still an executive officer level of chief of staff, we've recommended that move down to what we're calling a deputy chief of staff, which is a senior principal and assignment senior director level position. So it's a significant drop down from the executive level. However, we still think that it supports our day-to-day function the way that we would like. Shifting to the right, the structure that we're recommending with the school board is that the school board retain a board auditor and a board auditor, a board attorney and a board auditor, as well as the two advisory committees, the audit committee and the district advisory committee. To spend a minute to talk about the board attorney, the contemplation here is that the board attorney retain the general counsel label and so forth, but to give you, we're going to shift off of this for a second just to pull up real quickly, just a sample of what we are recommending in terms of the legal structure, just as a for example. We want this to be one legal team. Under no circumstances do we want this to be two separate teams, because the superintendent and the board are one team. The superintendent, though elected by the voters, is the secretary for the board. So while she does not, you cannot hire or fire her, the public can do that. She cannot do her job without you, and you cannot do your job without her. Her job is to make recommendations, and your job is to decide whether or not you find that compelling, whether you have the information you need, and to vote accordingly. So presently, our board attorney acts as both the board attorney and general counsel, providing legal advisement to both the superintendent and the school board. Yet, on the present structure, the board attorney / general counsel is evaluated solely by the board, is hired and fired solely by the board. But if you would have conversations with the board attorneys, I'm sure you have, she would reflect back to you that roughly 80 to 90% of her work, and more than that percentage of work, is really serving out that day-to-day administrative operational function that really is the lion's share of the organization. It supports the almost 13,000 employees, and certainly the office, central office. So what the superintendent is requesting as part of the structure is a similar structure to what we find at other districts of our size near this portion. So for example, we are the 8th of the largest 10, as you saw earlier in the budget. The 10th out of 10 is Pasco, which is also an elected system. In that system, the general counsel reports directly to the superintendent, and the board has their board attorney, and that's in Pasco. In Pinellas, which is the 9th, again, so we're all in the same range here, Pinellas, they do have a board attorney, and they have a chief staff attorney for the superintendent. In Polk, which is now the 7th largest, right on the other side of us, they have a staff attorney that reports to the superintendent, and they have a board attorney. Although right now, I believe in Polk, they are going through a search process to fulfill a general counsel. So that remains to be seen how that works with that staff attorney that presently reports to the superintendent. I say it to say, one of the comparisons you'll often hear is, well, all the biggest districts in the state do have, a general counsel or a model like what we currently employ. And of course, like Collier County, even smaller districts did in the past. Collier County had that as well. Of course, they moved away from that model. They have now shifted when they had a change in board governance. And the big issue I just would surface to the board, in those largest districts, those are all appointed systems. We are an elected system, as Pasco is. And so certainly in the ones that are appointed systems in our same size, or very roughly approximating that size, this is not a foreign structure. So I want to surface for the board that this is really not a legal question. This is really a preference question of what is the board's preference, and that is fully empowered for you to decide. As the superintendent is due to make recommendations, her recommendation is as such, that she have a chief staff attorney that act as her lead counsel for advising these operational day-to-day matters. As a result of that, we would maintain exactly what we have in terms of our current Office of Legal Services staff, with the exception that 2 staff attorneys, that 2 of what we call presently our assistant board attorneys, would migrate as staff attorneys. And that our board attorney general counsel would retain one of the attorneys as assistant board attorney and add the general counsel, so that if she were unable to be at the dais, it would be a clear opportunity for that person to represent that interest. Secondarily to that, there are rare occasions where the school board and the superintendent sometimes have to be represented differently. There are very few and far between of those occurrences. But when that happens, there is then a structure to support both those services, so neither side would have to go to outside counsel to do so unless a group was conflicted accordingly. Again, this isn't a legal rendering. This is strictly structural recommendation coming before you today, and this is just one example. We're not going to get into the weeds on all these other areas, but we wanted to give you an idea of what was occurring below this level. So that said, we'll have a chance to talk more about that. Let's go back to the organizational structure for a minute and kind of work our way through this piece. So moving down to the left, the Superintendent's Executive Services, and this is again the division that reports essentially directly to the superintendent and supports the superintendent's day-to-day function. That would have that chief staff attorney that I just spoke about, as well as the deputy chief of staff, which we presently have, a person who serves in that same type of functionality today, which is a person who's on assignment. You would recognize that person pretty clearly, who typically executes that day-to-day functioning. Underneath that area, we would have a Director of Government Relations, which is the same position we have at present, as well as a modified change, our Director of Communications, Marketing, Public Relations. The shift in this particular position really is to try to have more of an emphasis on engagement, marketing, and public relations. One of the number 1 areas of the board highlighted as an opportunity for us to continue to be better, and it's not inconsistent with many organizations around the country, is the opportunity to better engage and better communicate. Not just telling our story, but engaging with our folks in a more productive way in all different stakeholder groups, whether that's parents, whether that's students, whether that's our employees, whether that's internally within the central office, you name it. Communication is the number 1 challenge that came through that, and we wanted to make sure that the job description reflected that renewed emphasis on also really making sure that the district brand, as we compete for those very limited budgetary dollars, as you see, as the dollars are continuing to be in an open marketplace, we want to be positioned not only to have the performance on our hand, but to share that performance widely and broadly and engage consistently. As you move to the right in the strategy division, this is really what currently exists as our chief strategy officer. Some districts have also, in addition to that, a chief performance officer. We're trying to be efficient and have both of those functions folded under strategy. So that's where our executive director of organizational performance analytics comes in. This really is a chief performance officer, which is all about setting goals and measured accountability for all of our different leadership areas. So right now, our state defines our school accountability, but it doesn't tell us how to define the effectiveness of the central office. So we have to invite that accountability for ourselves. It shouldn't take a deputy superintendent sharing with the board and the public the trends of our student enrollment and our administrative units for that to be a complete surprise to everyone, other than conversations. That's the type of transparency we want across the entire organization in our operational performance areas. We want to help our chiefs and executives do that, and that's why it's so important to make an explicit function of the organization. To become a performance-based organization means you have to have performance as a key aspect of your leadership team. Secondly, we've consolidated 2 director positions that are presently continuous improvement into 1 director of strategic planning and portfolio management in this recommendation. Again, that's 2 functional jobs that do this work, but we are consolidating. As you'll notice, that is the number 1 way that we've done this work, is a consolidation. We've attempted to take 2 areas that are related and bring them together so they can operate more synergistically and collaboratively together, as opposed to separate silos that have existed and then sometimes work against each other instead of in perfect concert. We've also recommended the consolidation of our Director of Risk Management and Internal Compliance. And so these are 2 present functions, one that manages risk and one that closes loops from existing audits. We see those 2 things as related. And you'll notice this with your board auditor. Your current board auditor is RSM. RSM begins their process every year by conducting a risk assessment. Risk is what drives audits. It's what you as board members are hearing, even anecdotally. Risk is what drives our work at that level. And so we have to have an operational function that is managing risk. We have really competent staff doing that work, but we also have to close those loops. It shouldn't take an auditor general or an RSM internal auditor to tell us that we have a thing to close, or a board meeting that this has been an open finding for 4 years. We have to have an embedded way of closing those loops all the time. That is critical work. And again, it falls outside of all the different operational areas. It could be financial, it could be operational, it could be security risk, it could be information risk. So it's more global. That's why it's shifted under strategy. And last but not least, we have our Senior Director of School Transformation and Sustainability. Presently, we have a Director of Turnaround. Turnaround is a reactive approach to school success. That says we wait for a DRF to do something about it. That is an ineffective posture as a school district. Our goal, and the goal of that position, would be to ensure that there are no DRF schools. That is their accountability. Their goal is to find all those schools that we know are already at risk of being a DRF based on the criteria we now can detect, and make sure that we are putting those safeguards in place to keep them from ever being a DRF. As well as if unfortunately you do have a DRF, that is really an organizational failure of ours that we have to own. That person holds that responsibility. Moving to the right, we have our Division of Student Learning and School Performance. This is led by our 4 associate regional superintendents, each with an assigned region, and that was a shift we made about a year ago during this time to ensure that we had better alignment, K through 12, and that we are not looking at just levels and individual schools, but really looking up and down those levels vertically to ensure our families are getting a consistent level of support throughout, and our school principals are learning to work across those levels more thoughtfully. Additionally, we've migrated the school principals for special centers over to that area. While those support the entire central apparatus, we do have, each regional will take on different areas of risk there based on their ability to add value in those schools as well. Moving to the right, we have our Academic and Student Services Division. Again, that's led by our Chief Academic Officer. You'll notice the first big shift that we have here in that division is, instead of having an executive director only student services, that is now more global. That executive director is over academic and student services. What used to be called academic services as a division is now academic and student services, because it's important that both sides come together to support student learning. It isn't just how we support instruction at the top and teachers and resources. It's how we support students from the bottom up via individual education plans, via all the support services that we offer, whether it's second language learners, whether it's students in MTSS services, students with physical health impairments, whether they have 504s, all the things we do to try to meet students where they are and help them attain the level of success they need. Below that, you have our 4 regional directors, which presently only support student services. Our recommendation is they support both academic and student services. Again, seamless, integrating those responsibilities to do that. Below that, we have a senior director of student services. So what used to fall as just an executive director under student services, that is now a senior director to try to pull that consolidated expertise forward. Because what we recognize is student services is a huge lift in our district. There are many needs. There are many specialized supports, and they deserve the level of professional support that they need and leadership, and that senior director would allow for that piece to occur. At the Director of Exceptional Student Education, again, a mammoth charge, very, very challenging area, but that has remained unchanged in this respect. However, how it integrates within the student services is certainly a byproduct of that leadership. The second piece above that, the last director position that we have there, is a Director of Physical and Mental Health Services. So what this does is it takes the 4 educational mental health related fields and it brings them together. So right now, there is a director over 3 of those particular areas. There's a director of our school counseling. There's a director of our school psychologists. There's also a director over our nursing program. So what this does is it pulls all those areas together under that umbrella, which is a comprehensive mental health support model, which honors all of those different dimensions of mental health, which fall under all of those areas. And again, that's aligned to a comprehensive mental health support model, which again is huge for schools. Because if you were to ask anyone in those fields, they understand that for a student, they have to be supported in all those different dimensions and families as well. That doesn't mean that those individual responsibilities disappear. So just because at the highest level of the organization you see a leaner top-level organizational chart, in totality, what this will represent at the top scale is we're moving from 69 director or above positions to 50. That is a massive contraction. As you've heard so far, we've combined a number of director roles. With that combination, those bodies of work are still preserved within the organization. They simply aren't elevated as distinct silos. They are in organized areas of work to define that that is a body of work that should not ever be in competition with itself. It should absolutely be aligned and unified so that they are truly putting students at the forefront, and that is the expectation of leadership in those roles. Below those roles, so what happens to those from 69 to 50? What happens? Well, you as board members in your executive content had backup material. What we wanted you to have in that backup material was, as Ms. Jordan rather said, we want you to have the devil in the details about how we got to those numbers. When I say 69 to 50, what does that actually look like? So we actually went below the level of director to show you all the way down to staff level roles of that entire unit adjustment. Because while this is a huge change in a lot of people, obviously we didn't create the central office size the way it is today, but the net total difference in people is 6 people. That doesn't mean that all people have jobs. That's part of the unfortunate news we had to say. We had to let people know that they all have jobs through the end of this year, but we had to communicate to impacted employees, folks, we're going to be contemplating something that means you may have to apply for a different job. You may have to apply for a job that is a lower title than what you had before, or we may be recommending your transfer into that job. We told them directly because we wanted them to have that understanding. At the same time, there are fewer positions than people. You can't do a cut of this magnitude and not impact people. But we minimized it to the extent that it was 6 total positions less. So what does that tell you? If there's 19 directors or above that are gone, what we're actually doing when you right size is starting to build up a class. And so let me give you an example in schools. In schools, there are far more assistant principals than there are principals. Why? Because that's the way the division of leadership works out in a school. It's an opportunity for your best assistant principals to then eventually become principals. You have assistant principal of curriculum that have specialized areas of focus. Here at the central office, what we had, unfortunately, was a significant number of directors and a significant number of coordinators. But often, the folks serving in coordinator roles, many of them didn't hire people, didn't fire people. Some of them still don't hire, fire, supervise in any way, even though they made as much money as our assistant principals who had to do all those things. They had to frisk, they had to write people up, they had to hire people, fire people, all of those things that go into it. So again, there was an imbalance there between coordinators and assistant principals. We tried to rectify that with our salary adjustments. Furthermore, in this model, what we're doing is building a class of assistant directors. For us, it's about really building up that class because we have a very small pool of assistant directors presently. What we're essentially doing is building up that leadership class so that essentially we have a more lean pipeline that isn't a giant pipeline at the top, but really an opportunity for folks to progress their organization. So the structure as we articulated this in this vision is people have lots of different administrative roles such as supervisory roles, but for us it's about going from coordinators to senior coordinators, and again that's not based on seniority, that's based on role complexity, up to assistant directors, which again now become what we think of today as directors, which are supervising one functional area of work. For us, assistant directors become that new central management side level of leadership. And then directors have to start pulling together multiple related areas. Why is that so important? To see more globally. It isn't just about being the subject area expert as they are today. It's about absolutely being the person to see how one side fits the other. Because the superintendent, that is her everyday job. She can't take one side. She has to look at all sides. You build that capacity by expecting chiefs, executives, and now directors to also start to be able to see across those areas, not advocating for their budget in isolation of all the other directors. We give to one, we're taking from someone else. That's how a budget works. If I give to you, I'm taking from somewhere else. The question is, do people recognize that? This helps folks be brought into that level of leadership and responsibility. Meanwhile, assistant directors are really upgraded for us as a level of being that functional expert. They get to take the ownership of that specialized body of work and truly be that absolute expert in that field. They build managerial competence and so forth. Moving on to the next level. Our Division of School Choice Administration is led by our Associate Superintendent, and again, that is flanked by an Executive Director for School Choice Administration, as well as a Director for Adult Career, Applied, and Curriculum Education, and an Arts, Athletics, Activities, and Administration Director. The other directors, the Early Childhood Learning and the technical colleges remain unchanged. We actually made a year ago the transition to allow for our Director of Arts, Athletics, Activities, and Administration to pull together, but I want to give you a little more detail on the administration side of this. One of the challenges we have in our central office is our principals have to interact with us, and we are massive, as you heard today, 52 departments. That's a lot of departments for a principal to try to figure out how to engage with. So part of what we're expecting in this administration side is to help the interface with all the divisions that move to the right of this particular area. So it's done visually so that the rest of these areas, which all are very important in running a successful business and running a successful school, administration becomes that opportunity to have better advocacy for better managerial tools to support that. As well as we're also absorbing in this the current student enrollment area under the Executive Director of School Choice Administration. So instead of that being led by a director, as it is presently, that gets absorbed under the School Choice Administration. So we rebrand student enrollment as School Choice. Because again, in School Choice, it isn't just enrolling in our schools. It's about a great relationship with our charter schools, with our virtual school, with our private schools, with homeschool education, all the different choice options that exist, we want to brand. And our state actually labels it accordingly. So we're really mirroring what the state has already done to lead the way. Moving into human resources, instead of having 2 executive directors, we're moving down to 1, and we have 3 distinct areas. A senior director of employee relations and professional standards that includes such things as labor relations, our bargaining and negotiations, as well as compensation, as well as professional standards. The Director of Talent Management really encompasses 3 different areas: talent acquisition, HR field operations, and HR operations, all coming under one particular area in addition to that management function. And last but not least, a somewhat new evolved body work for us, working with the HR team, was the Director of Leadership, Engagement, Retention. One of the number 1 challenges we have is to retain our staff. We can recruit and recruit and recruit, but if we cannot retain, that is a problem. Well, part of how you retain is developing them. How do we lead them? Do we create a culture where people want to work? Do we develop our folks? Those 2 things are critical in retention. So that's a body of work that we look forward to talking more about in the future. In the business services, this is a significant change as well. Moving to the 1 executive director is the same. We would instead compress our senior director over business services support, which would include the current functions of payroll, procurement, and financial accounting and property records. All that gets brought under that umbrella of business services support, a consolidated function. And a lot of that works to support our bookkeepers. It also supports our business operation accordingly. Last but not least, in business services, a director of budget and grants. And this really goes into how we allocate funds. You heard a little bit in the budget presentation before. How are we securing new revenues? How are we maximizing those grant-funded revenues and being as assertive as we can to get more revenue to this district, as well as how budget really is the plan for how we spend all that money. So pulling that together. As we move into the Information Systems Division, a big change was the Executive Director for IT Operations. This consolidates a lot of our tech operations. So when you think of the physical hardware, the networking, and all the basic foundational aspects that allow your technology to function or not. Where we have 2 directors coming together is under our Senior Director for Enterprise Data Systems. Presently, that's a Director of Business Systems, Business Data Systems, and Student Data Systems. This is consolidated under the Enterprise Data System. So it's all of our applications. So when you think of all the different computer applications that you run and all the reporting that gets issued out of those pieces, all of that function to support the actual functional use of the technology occurs through there. And then last but not least, the Director of Business Intelligence, which again a year ago was a key new piece as we talk about information. There is no point in having information if it doesn't yield insight. Do teachers have the information they need to do their job? Do principals have information that they need to do their job? Do people here at the central office have the information they need to do their job? Do leaders have access to information that tell us accurately how are we doing in real time or as close to real time? Insights. Insights are the point of having information systems, and we've not had that level of expectancy. It was strictly good enough to have technology and to have them running. There was no structure to exist to ensure that we had that insight. That's something that we've pulled in from the private sector as well as through some school systems that are leading the way with business intelligence. Moving into safety, security, and fleet operations, we split operations into two different functional areas. We have our security, which is obviously huge and a top priority to our superintendent, to this board. People cannot learn if they are not safe. Employees cannot work if they are not safe. So safety will always be her top priority, even before student learning. That is housed by our Executive Director of Safety, Security, and Emergency Management, who also supports us through storms, as Mr. Newland did, living over at the Emergency Operations Center. And the board actually has a person recommended, I believe, on the agenda tonight at the action meeting. The Executive Director for Transportation Logistical Services deals with all the operational aspects related to transportation in our district. So that's both the white fleet, the yellow fleet, and all the vehicular movement that we have from a logistical support standpoint. That is that side of the operations house. And then last but not least, in our facility operations division, we are recommending the consolidation of the planning department, which is a very small department, into the maintenance department to a capital planning and facility maintenance. What we're trying to do here is to ensure that there is better alignment and data driving these decisions. Facilities are obviously a huge cost for us, both to build them as well as to maintain them. What we want to ensure is that we are always looking ahead and that we are constantly talking about the schools that may be ending their useful life. Schools like Cypress Middle, that it's getting rebuilt as we speak. We want to be as proactive as possible so that we aren't waiting and then spending a lot of money because things are now falling apart, or Riverdale, where the plumbing had rotted inside the pipes. And it adds a significant expense as you go to redo some of that work. And then we also have capital construction, which again is all those major facility construction projects, but it's not just building new schools. It's also any of the major complex builds that we have. And last but not least, food nutrition services. We're recommending that migration over to our facility operations here as well. And we've kind of looked at different places for this, but for us right now, that is our recommendation, to migrate that over here out of business services. We really want the customer service to drive that experience, but we also recognize it is truly an operational function, and we want to make sure that it's being run like a business as well, but we also want to make sure that it's not just financial only. It absolutely must also be driven by the customer. If kids throw half their food into the garbage, then what are we actually paying for? That said, that was the entire org chart that we're recommending for you. I stand ready to answer any questions you may have about any of these functions.
Thank you, Dr. Savage. And I want to say a very special thank you to both you and our superintendent's cabinet for your excellent work on this organizational chart, which I call the right-sized chart. On the campaign trail, I will share with you that, like Mrs. Fleming said before, you hear as much about budget and the bloat in our central office as you hear about student achievement and other items. It was something that I encountered for the entirety of the 13 months that I ran for superintendent. I will share with you that you all run too, so you hear it in the community. There is a strong desire for more dollars to go into the classrooms. There is a strong desire to retain high-quality teachers. And as we've talked about before on this dais, when we have surrounding counties that pay more to their teachers than we do, we continue to lose teachers both south, north, and now we're starting to lose them to the east. So I am absolutely committed to reallocating dollars. We'll save over $1 million with the org chart that Dr. Savage just described, that our team has been working on for the last several months. We will pair that with the $15.9 million in reductions, and I promise we will get that to you as soon as possible. I know Dr. Desmores is working very rapidly with our team to get that. So we'll have a pot of about $17 million. You pair that with the $3 million that Dr. Savage saved, and we're looking at $20 million over the last year. So that's significant savings, and we are committed, this is round one, we are committed to continue to look at ways to reduce, not only reduce the bureaucracy at this district office, but to embed a succession plan, which is something that has been desperately needed. I was in schools for 22 years prior to my employment as the superintendent. There was a natural succession plan there, principal and then assistant principal or assistant principals. That is readily apparent. As we walk departments, sometimes you see an assistant director, most times you don't. And so what really becomes difficult in that situation is if somebody chooses to relocate or retire, I did that in June of 23, who steps in behind that person? Right now, we do not have a succession plan. We were told years ago we had one. Every time I would request it, we never produced one. So here's our attempt to do that. We present this organizational chart to you as the organizational structure that is necessary for me to achieve the goals that you are going to hold me accountable for. It is very natural for an incoming CEO to develop an organizational chart that meets the needs of that particular CEO. Very common in the business world, very common in school districts across this nation. So that is what I'm requesting of you as a board, is for us to have some thoughtful conversation about the needs. I think Dr. Savage did an extraordinary job sharing the rationale behind it. I know in the community, and I've received several calls since we've been talking about this from people that I've worked with over the 32 years I worked here, that, oh my goodness, we're getting rid of all of the staff. There's going to be no staff left down here. Nobody's going to be able to do the jobs that are necessary. And as Dr. Savage indicated, we're bringing forward the directors and above. Board members, you have a worksheet that shows what we call under the directors, under the hood. So you can see the assistant directors, the coordinators, the senior coordinators. So in many instances, while we have consolidated work at the director level and above, we've also provided assistant directors underneath the work to support it. So I would encourage you to do that. I look forward to your comments. I look forward to your questions, and please know that this comes from a place of not emotion, not personalities, not I don't care about people. I was in this district for 32 years. I have developed a tremendous number of relationships, not only in the schools, but also here at the central office. But it is not time to make decisions based on emotion. It is time to make decisions based on what is right for our students. We have to reallocate dollars. We have to get leaner. We have to make sure that we are using taxpayer dollars most efficiently. And this is the organizational chart, in my professional opinion and my expertise that I've developed as a leader over 28 years in the school district, that will meet the needs of our district, will meet the needs of our children. And I can assure you, we will have more students graduating, more students proficient, and we will have higher levels of performance because, again, we are focusing on being a performance-driven organization. So I look forward to your comments and your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Carlin. Comments and questions, board members?
Yeah, I'd like to have one piece of this clarified. Looking at the legal team, one legal team, and I see it, we have the superintendent, the chief staff attorney, we have reporting under that person, we have 2 staff attorneys, and then to the right of it, we have Office of Legal Services staff. Where does that block in the middle there? There's no line connecting either left or right.
Yes, so I would like to address that. So we do not anticipate movement of that staff, that will be pooled staff. So our expectation would be that they stay where they are on the way below organizational chart, because they wouldn't appear. Their support staff, their coordinators, their other folks, paralegals. But the idea would be they would not relocate. They would stay right where they are, but the idea would be it would be pooled staff. So everybody would have access.
Okay, then I'd like to make another comment. I've been through a bunch of these right sizings in the corporate world with my previous 35 years and also in my university role post-retirement. And I think you folks have put an excellent plan together. I think you did a good job of finding like talent, like titles, and combining those. So instead of having 2 positions, you have 1. And I support the plan that as it's verbalized. I just will put it out there. I think you did a good job with this, and I think we need to continue the dialogue with the people that have changed positions, because we don't want to lose the morale of the folks. So there has to be a dialogue. We have to have open conversation with folks as they transition and support the people in new positions. Those are my comments.
Thank you. I'm just going to check and see if Mr. Persons would like to comment at this time.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Overall, I like the new organization chart. It's not my expertise as far as all the different departments. I mean, I know what they are and everything, but educators who work with this know what's needed and what's not needed. But the legal department troubles me. It's our job as the board to be responsible for all the lawsuits which can come from any department. And that's a tremendous amount of risk. And I just feel that that should stay under the general counsel. I expect, just like the lower pool, to everybody to work together. It would be my expectation all the attorneys work together with the staff attorney and our board attorney. But I don't feel comfortable splitting up a team that's doing very well into 2 and 2 and moving around that way. So now, I will say in the future, if there does become problems, I'd be one of the first ones to say we need to address this one way or the other. But as it is right now, I'd like to see the legal team remain the same. Other than that, I'm fine with the organizational chart. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Any other comments? Ms. Jordan?
Well, I have a few, so you can stop me whenever. Regarding the legal team, I am with Mr. Persons on that. We lived through the divide, and when we first brought this together, I will say I was one of those who thought that that was like the craziest thing to do, is to bring it together. But over the years and seeing where we have come and what we've made sure that we were proactive, I can't see us going backwards. So to me, and then there is also case law that states that if, and that was with the elected, appointed, it doesn't matter what superintendent, if there was ever a need for them to have their, an attorney, if there was a disagreement, they would always have that opportunity. So that has always been there, it is there. So I would definitely, I think that we need to remain in the Office of Legal Services that we have at this moment. That is my voice on that one, but I also have some things about the organizational chart. Dr. Savage, my question is, when we're pulling away the, let me get my notes, because I wrote notes. And this is coming to new job descriptions as well, but we're pulling out the physical, and I don't even know what that means. If it's, to me, when I read it, I thought it was like PE, physical and mental health services. My question is, we keep speaking about safety, we keep speaking about what our kids need, our outcomes and student services, and making sure that we are implementing all that. But when I look at this and I see the people, well, okay, not the people, we're not gonna say people, we're gonna say units that we've pulled out, because I know you love that word unit, that we've pulled out, they directly affect our students, and they are specialized people in those fields, which we need them in order to have interns here from the colleges. If we don't have those specialized people with those licenses and those degrees, we cannot get interns from the colleges here to help with our mental health and those aspects. We cannot get, there's just so many things that we would be missing if we don't have them. So I do have a problem with that. And not only that, who's supervising all of our psychologists and everything? We need those people in order to be there for them. And who orders the testing? Because we need, in order for our tests for our children that we have to have these people who have their license there working. So where does that fit in? Or are we going to find that one person who has all of those and can take care of the nurses, who is it's a specialist as well, that has all that information for them, has the psychology, I'm just really concerned about the mental health. I'm concerned about the kids when we pull this all together and the outcomes, what's going to happen to them? And the support into the schools for this.
It's a great question, Ms. Jordan. So the comprehensive school model basically addresses 4 different of the educational mental health related fields. One is We think of traditional school counseling, so school counselors and how they support that. Another is school social work and how that is, again, one of the mental health related fields. Another is school psychologists, which do a significant level of work as well. Included then also is, even though it doesn't sound like mental health, it's that physical health. That's part of the reason for the naming was the physiological health, so our nursing program and so forth. All those are part of that comprehensive model. And the key in that piece is that none of that work goes away. So as you were mentioning that, we don't want to go away from those things. Neither would we. Certainly we don't. They all live technically right now under our student service umbrella, which is led by an executive director for student services. So all those areas presently do exist intact. Now, in some cases, they lump certain areas together and others are not. I would say that from a model standpoint, they're all related services. So they're all critical, but they are all, as you mentioned, specialized fields. We're not in any way saying that we don't maintain that integrity of their specialized field and the support they need. What's different, really, the only thing that's changing is job titles. In that case, the work remains the same as we change a title to say that what was a director of this is now equivalent to under assistant director. So it's really a more of an organizational philosophy around what constitutes a director job. So if a director has, let's say, no direct reports, they don't have to submit really a budget. Someone else is doing that piece. Meanwhile, another director supervises hundreds of direct staff, has to support that piece, right? Those directors play out like very different jobs. Maybe one works with one small segment of folks, and one really has to support the entirety of the organization. That's really what we're doing when we're talking about these different titles, is really making sure that when there's some parity among these titles in terms of level of responsibility, scope of influence, and so forth. What we're not doing is saying that specialized bodies of work, they no longer exist. They may just exist under a different level of leadership than what historically here we may have been used to. So for example, over the last 15 years, as we doubled our directors, right, and that's what we did, we doubled our directors and executive directors, we did not have directors over some of these areas that we talked about, and many others. They emerged. Why they emerged? Because there was a need, a body of work. What we're not doing is moving away from that. The bodies of work exist. Now maybe in some cases they're multiple. 2 bodies of work. So as the example I mentioned, the comprehensive school model kind of helps to highlight that these are related fields. And in fact, they are complementary. They work together. And so all we're asking in this particular piece is that at the leadership level, those things are seen as a synergistic positive effect as opposed to a separate silo that may be looked at in a competition of scarce resources. And that's kind of the challenge we had even with ESSER funding and so forth, was some groups getting some funds and others not getting funds, and making sure that all groups get funds and have clear measures of accountability so their work volume is being properly assessed, so that when you're responsible for all those things as it is currently in student services, all those things then have to be balanced. It's not to devalue the quality of what is being done. It's strictly to say that the level of leadership in that particular role is inconsistent with the type of title and responsibility we're putting forward as a recommendation. I hope that helps to answer your question.
I hear you, and we've had this conversation numerous times. Yep. I still don't believe in it and that's my personal, and that is because of the fact that when I look at the 3, that they are omitted or minus, so they're gone, okay? Again, they may not necessarily have 5 or 6 people under them, but they supervise. So where's the supervision coming from to supervise all these psychologists? And what we have, 1 per 600 students, or 500, somewhere, 500 to 600 students. And I guess there's a Senate bill that's coming out, a House and Senate bill that's going to be requiring us to have more. We don't even have those people. So we're going to have to get more psychologists. And if people can't trust us as a district to come in, I think or know that somebody's going to be supervising them, how do we fix that? How do we fix that?
Ms. Jordan, may I interject, because
Yes.
I hear where you're going. So I'm not hearing Dr. Savage say that there will not be a supervisor. There will be a director of physical and mental health, there will be an assistant director of physical and mental health, and there will be a senior coordinator of physical and mental health. So those jobs will be filled with those folks that have the requisite skills to supervise.
To supervise and buy the testing and everything that
To
is
do what is
required, because
necessary.
the district
Correct.
themselves cannot buy it.
Correct, that's exactly right. So they will be in that scope of work, but we will not have, instead of having 3 directors, 1 director for physical health or nursing, 1 director for counseling, 1 director for social workers and psychologists, we'll have 1 director over all of that work, because remember, we're consolidating the bodies of work, and then supporting that underneath will be an assistant director for physical and mental health and a senior coordinator.
So then we're
Right,
assuming
correct.
that the underlying people will be the ones with the license to carry the one that will be over them, is what it sounds like it's taking place.
Correct. There will be the requirements to fulfill the nature of all of that body of work. So I don't want you to think there's not supervisors, because the director is a supervisor, the assistant director is a supervisor, and the senior coordinator is a supervisor, just at different levels of the organization.
Okay, because I've been studying this for over a week now, and to me, it's like when I'm looking at this and I see all the negative, even trying to make it, cross-train, let's see what we can work, how we can work this. I'm still looking at these 3 units and saying that these units are the ones who carry on, down to the district and support even within our schools. So if we don't have those people, and that person who's in charge does not have that qualification, and we're assuming that all the underlying people, because they're a great leader, they're going to carry them and lift them up.
So let me give another example. Let's get out of this body of work and let's talk about budget, or let's talk about planning and maintenance. So we're going to have 1 director of planning and maintenance with a supporting administrator underneath that. So it doesn't mean that when you hire for a planning/maintenance director, you're right, you may not get all of the qualifications, because it's hard to be a great planner and also a great maintenance. I'm not a tradesperson, but I'm a leader. I'm able to establish vision for the organization in these 2 buckets of work. I'm able to supervise, I'm able to provide the things that are needed, and then there may be a content expert underneath who complements what my skills are. So if I'm a planner but not a maintenance person, that assistant could provide that support. If I'm a maintenance person but not a planner, then the reciprocal is true. So I know what you're talking about. I see where your line of questioning is. I want to encourage you to think about the directorship is being reconceptualized as not over 1 body of work anymore. That is virtually gone. It's now a director over multiple buckets of work in a consolidated manner, with assistant directors and/or coordinators, senior coordinators under them, which can be filled by those content folks you're talking about.
And I did notice that we currently have 7 chiefs, so the chiefs are still the same amount. The old one and the new one is the same amount of chiefs. So we didn't lose any money up there. So we lost the money underneath of them when we start pulling units to make this the cuts that is needed to right size. We left them at the same amount of people, and then we went down and started pulling all of those and added more assistants to do the heavy lift.
I can answer that. So on the backup documentation you have shows that all position levels were involved. Now they get traded around. What you see represented visually is these are the distinct divisional areas that we've identified require chief leadership or associate superintendent level. So in each case, we've tried to have a person for 1 body of work that really is that chief level of work, and each one represents a distinct organizational component, whether it's the overall strategy and performance, whether it's the accountability for student learning and school performance of the totality of school supervision, whether it's all the academic and student services, whether it's all the administration, all the basically the non-academic functions of running a school, whether it's the human resource side of the organization, whether it's the financial side of the organization, the information side of our organization, or the 2 different operational sides, which include safety, security, transportation, facilities of all those fees, and food nutrition services. Those chiefs represent that. The only trade that you could say really that came out of that was the recommendation for the chief staff attorney. We repurposed the chief of staff. So yes, it's true that the numbers didn't go down, but that's because it was repurposed to do that, so that the superintendent could actually have legal services that she supervises, that she could evaluate, that she could hire fire if it was insufficient for the lion's share of that piece. That's the only area where she felt, as she looked through all the different areas, that right now she didn't necessarily have the ability to, because she's accountable for all of it. And so we, the team, are accountable for that piece. Beyond the chiefs, then you have one executive for most of those operational areas, which is that number 2. Again, we talked about succession. Then we move into combinations of directors, senior directors, which comprise the rest of what's on the org chart, a net total change of 69 down to 50. And we've gone through this consolidations. Again, as we said, this is the body of work of where we are today. This is not the end of this work. This mindset of fiscal responsibility will continue to look for efficiency every year. However, we doubled our administrative size over the last 15 years. So I'm just trying to be respectful at the same time. We had school psychologists 15 years ago. We had school nursing 15 years ago. For years, we had a coordinator that was over our entire nursing program.
And not to be disrespectful, our times have changed on what the needs are of our students and for mental health or any of that, and we understand that for 15 years ago. And I'm going to apologize to all of you up here because I sent an email to you letting you know that this was, to me, I did not feel that we would have enough time to speak about this. So I just want to apologize if I am going longer than I should. But I did make you aware of that. So, but you have to understand that 15 years now and 15 years ago and today is two totally different things. And we see that by our Baker Act and everything else that takes place here. And then, do you want me to stop now, Ms. Jada?
Do you mind if I just ask if anyone else would
And I can come back.
like to comment at this time? Mr. Persons, would you like to add anything?
No, I'm good for right now. Thank you.
Okay, proceed, Ms. Jordan.
Thank you. And so I really just have to, and I have shared this with you, but I wanted to make sure that it is publicly known that I have a problem with especially the mental health and our student, because to me that comes out of student safety and what our kids need. So to me, I'm always going to fight for those people to make sure that our kids are safe. And the other is my, the deputy chief of staff. When Dr. Carlin, when you first came in, you said we would not have a chief of staff, but now we have a deputy chief of staff that's listed on here. So I just wanted to bring that up as well. And I don't agree with this. So, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Ms. Giovanelli?
Okay. I'm going to piggyback a little bit off of Ms. Jordan because I did receive some emails regarding the social workers, and I know that is that's a really big. So mental health is a big issue. So I agree with her. I don't want to weaken our social workers, our social work department, and I'm gonna trust in the process somewhat myself that if that department gets weak, and I think the governor is going to put more resources there, because that's one of the things we've been lobbying for is to help our social workers. So I don't think that work is going to stop, but I think we could relook at this and revisit this if this is not working, and that would be my thoughts on it at this time, because they have that department has a lot of concerns. I think they work very hard and they're invaluable, and we don't want them to think that they aren't. So I know you've worked very hard with Dr. Carlin regarding this structure in this organization and trying to be physically responsible. That is really important, and I know that's the goal. So I've got several questions, and I'm gonna forward those to you coming from that department. Actually, I forwarded some of them this morning, coming from that department, because, and I would hope that that communication can go back out to them to help them feel comfortable that they know they're still very valuable to the school system, because that's really important for me. Now, I want to talk about, I will also, like I said, I will trust in the process of the structure. Am I on? Okay, I am. But the legal organizational chart concerns me. And I'm going to go by the fact that my decision is really based on experience and fact. I lived through what you're proposing to go back to. And it was probably one of the worst times in my life, personally, because I questioned the administration on things that, lo and behold, an $80,000 investigation later the truth came out. And I don't want to make this about me because it's not, but there was false ethics complaints done on numerous board members. Prior administration and a staff attorney used weaponizing whistleblower protection, which would in fact was not that, as well as other employees, you weaponized whistleblower protection when in fact they weren't whistleblowers. It was just to stop the process of the things that they were doing, which were not in the best interests of students. I want the superintendent to feel comfortable in her needing what she needs to be successful. So, the history in the past, we've come a long way, as Ms. Jordan mentioned, and I think that's really important. But I'll just bring up a couple other things. Like the county commissioners, they don't have a separate legal department separate from their county manager. Neither does the clerk of courts. Neither does the city council. They are unified. I want to be that one vision, one team. If we separate this out, we won't be that. We will be us versus them, because that's the way it was back. And I'm sorry, but I lived it. I can't go back to some of that. We have come a long way, and I see how things are so much better. The culture is a constant ongoing process, and we're not there yet either. I want people to feel comfortable when they don't like something, that they can say something, and we can respect that conversation and dialogue. This world today, no one respects what people say or takes value in who's saying it and what they're saying, whether they agree or not. And I think that this is very important. That's why I don't want to discredit anything the superintendent and you have worked very hard at, but I'll go back to, I lived it, and the experience was not what was best for the district. It was, as many know, they witnessed it. It's if you don't know, go back and watch the videos, because they're not even fun to watch and revisit, but it's the facts. I do have a proposition, though, because I believe that if you don't like something, you come with a solution. I don't always do that, but I'm trying to today. Palm Beach County has an inspector general. It's one department, and everything rolls underneath that. That is an option that we could do that would put everybody together, and that I believe would be the best structure for a legal team, and everything roll underneath that. Because at the end of the day, it is about, as a board member, it's about oversight and budget. And I think with having another separate legal team, now you have two law offices, that impacts the budget. And is that really truly going to be fiscal responsible? Is it? That's why I can't support it. I will support everything else, but I won't support going backwards on the legal team. Thank you.
Mr. Fisher?
Thank you. This has been very interesting discussion, and we've all put a lot of thought into this. So, Dr. Savage, so we talk about one realm indicating that, people thought a million people are leaving. With a change of 6 net positions, what do you expect to happen out of this, and what do you see in the future?
Yeah, it's a great question. First, I just want to reiterate, just really appreciate the board's conversation today and just some of the feedback that we received. I think we wanted you to have that backup documentation so you'd see kind of the transparency of the net effect, right? So while we talked about 19 less director above positions, the total net position change was -6, right? So that's 6 less positions than you presently have. It's about $1 million. So it's not a tremendous financial savings. That's not really the point of that piece. The point is to really set a foundation around, if you're going to right-size your district, then you can't afford to have a extraordinarily top-heavy type of organization. It's bureaucratic. Obviously, it's given us the reputation we have, not just out in the community, but even among our schools. There's so many departments, they can't keep track of all of them, right? One thing I also just want to highlight on here is just the board attorney piece that was mentioned. Ms. Giovanelli, I was there with you, so I was working that side. I will also say, just to give voice to this, I don't know that that was always structurally induced. I would say that you also had a superintendent who didn't meet with you, didn't have board member one-on-ones. We didn't meet with you, so you were kind of iced out there. So I think that was a little bit different. The watermarking didn't occur from the legal structure. That was the director of professional standards working with HR at the time. So I think for a lot of the things you cited, and I want to be factual on it, all of those things weren't really the legal side, the structure. What we've talked about today is strictly a structure that's reflected in, again, the districts that are around us. It's not, in our mind, it wasn't going backwards. It was this idea of, we are actually trying to align with all the districts of similar size, which again puts us very much in line with Pasco, very much in line with Pinellas, very much in line with Polk. Those are the districts that are closest to us in size. All of them do have legal services with the superintendent as at least a function of that. Now, in terms of feedback, we would love some more feedback from the board specifically on that, because we've heard individual board member sentiment, but I think I wasn't clear if that really meant the chief staff attorney. Was that something the board was willing to support? And the reason I say that is because one of the costs you talked about, and this goes back to Mr. Fisher's comment, was we repurposed the chief of staff to fund that chief staff attorney. That was done to try to be fiscally responsible, so that we were not adding any additional costs. We're taking, I will tell you, I do 2 jobs right now. I do, and I recognize that. But this was so important that the superintendent have legal counsel at all times, so that we don't have to call a recess and get on the phone and call an attorney who doesn't work here if there's something that comes forward from a legal standpoint that's there. That's what's motivating this. The opportunity to make sure that at all times this district, which has financial management, which has operational management, HR management, has legal management. And so while I understand the concern from the board table that, the board attorney works for you, there's no problem here, as I mentioned, there's no evaluation, there's no hiring, firing, there's no ability for the superintendent really to advocate at all on the quality of the legal services, which is 90% of the legal job. Is not governance, it's not policy, it's really day-to-day legal support. And so I just want to advocate properly for that. To be more direct on the rest of the answers, I stated our goals. We want to be the first place district in our state of the Big Ten. We want to be an A district, which has eluded us. We want to be one of those 22 districts that are an A district. That is the performance we're after. We want, as I mentioned on the other slide, clear accountability for every division in this district. So it isn't unclear to anyone, not just the superintendent who's accountable for all of it, but for every division, for every school, the same clarity schools have. We want every area in this organization to understand exactly how they are accountable. That is what we are after. That is a huge body of work. That is our goal. And so this structure sets us on that tone of trying to create clear accountability and performance for the entire organization, and clear accountability for chiefs, executives, directors, and everyone else.
Dr. Savage, I appreciate that. I'm going to talk in broad terms about the organization chart, separating out the legal team. You asked us a little less than a year ago, this is really part 2, and you asked us to trust you, but to verify in regards to your academic structure changes. And I believe we'll see in a couple years that, especially the change with the regional associate superintendents, I think that will be a smashing success. And as I said, I think that will be one of the major things that I appreciate that you were able to accomplish, that I hear day in and day out, and I look forward to seeing the data over the next couple of years that will support that. I trust you in that, and what I see with this is, again, is continuing on the second part of that, is really doing what is best for the district. I appreciate that, and individually I will give that trust, but we will verify with Superintendent Carlin and yourself that I believe this structure will work in that way and will support the success. I would argue that I would ask you guys to continue to look what further revisions could be made that in the future, because we really need to make sure we're out there supporting the schools. It's nothing about the people. We have some amazing people, but when it comes down to it, who is in direct contact with those kids daily? And that is what our goal needs to be. We have many talented professionals, and I appreciate them, but I would ask you to continue pushing on that, both of you. I think it's fantastic, and I said just over these past school years of watching the change in academic services and how they've stepped it up and how they're communicating with the principals along with the regional associates, I think it's been fantastic. And I'm looking forward to seeing, as I said, the results as we look back in future years. So, legal department. I share the distinct pleasure of not only being a board member, but as an attorney. So this one, I have to put two hats on. So under two superintendents prior, when I first came in here, I made it known that I believed it would be in the superintendent's best interest. It's nothing I haven't said to legal counsel before, to have their own attorney. There has been situations, including last year, about a year ago, in fact, that was prudent. You being a constitutional officer, I don't feel it would be good in our purview to deny you having your own attorney. I do agree with what the others are saying, though. I'm not willing to take that leap to go anything beyond that at the moment. So I'm open to seeing how things go down the line, but I'd like to see how that works first. So as I said, I appreciate our legal team. And as I said, I'll go that first step on it, but I want to see where we go with that. So I know where you're coming from. You're trying to do what is in the best interest of the school district. I'm looking at it from the board's standpoint. But I want to thank you both and everyone for your hard work.
Thank you. Ms. Giovanelli?
I have to correct you with all due respect, Dr. Savage, because the prior chief staff attorney was involved in my false ethics complaints and said I violated policy when in fact I did not. So that was critical, and that's what he testified in my investigation, which I gave you a copy of to give to the superintendent a couple weeks ago. So he was involved with things that was against the law, because he's not supposed to investigate board members. So, and then I do have a question regarding the legal team structure. Do we have 5 attorneys at this time? Was she wanting to move over or hire a new attorney, hire another attorney? That's really my question.
Yes, this was no additional addition other than hiring a chief staff attorney, which was a repurposing of the chief of staff position into that, from an executive officer level to that. The board attorney general counsel presently has 3 assistant board attorneys, one that's deployed predominantly in academic services, one that's predominantly deployed in HR, and one that is deployed across the operation, which supports all the business services as well as the other operational functions.
Thank you. Also, there's an attorney general opinion out there that recommends the way we have it presently. And that's the other reason why I will lean towards the Attorney General opinion, and that's the recommendation from the Attorney General, and that's all I'll stand strong on as well. Thank you.
Mr. Ribble.
I don't want to belabor this, but I do want to make a point. I want to support what Sam said earlier, what Mr. Fisher said about the 4 regional superintendents. I thought that was a great move, and I based that on how corporations work. And that's my experience when I ran for this position. I wanted to bring the business acumen into this. Now we have a different customer, rather than somebody that receives a package. In this business, we have the students. They're the internal customer. So that's the person we need to serve. But in corporate America, you don't have a CEO, you don't have an attorney for the CEO. You have one general counsel, one team of litigators that cover the whole operation. Now, out of that pack of litigators, is there a person assigned to work with that CEO? Absolutely. But the umbrella falls under one general counsel. And that's the concept that I like to see in place here. In this case, our superintendent wants to have a person that she can work with. I have no problem with that. I just have a problem with the umbrella. The way I've been around the district now for 5 years, working on different committees, and I've worked with the president, chief general counsel, and I think she does an excellent job, and I totally support her, and I support that concept. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Mrs. Shaviano?
Yeah, I'm not going to beat the dead horse on that. I'll go back. If you can go to slide 5 for me, please.
Yep.
I think it's slide 5. Mine weren't numbered. Thank you. So when we're talking about the reorg and the structure and the top-heavy bureaucracy and all the things, I like numbers in the black and white. Right? So looking at 2022, when you look at our admin structure, top position, that's when you kind of saw the shift after 23, 24, 25. Right. Then when you go to slide 7 and you're going to our instructional staff, it flipped, right? So for me, I'm sorry, next one. There you go. So for me, you know, when we talk about our student achievement, we talking about supporting the boots on the grounds, the ones in the classrooms doing the work, that's a miss. And right-sizing the ship, doing that org change, working toward improving this model of putting the money back to where it needs to be in the schools and in the classrooms, that's where I stand with this org chart and this structure. So I fully support where these changes are as far as the condensing and all those ends. On the legal piece, I support, and I'm in line with Mr. Fisher's recommendation where if the superintendent is inclined to, you know, want that chief of staff attorney on her side, I understand and I can see where even at the best, and it's nothing against with our board attorney, to have to hover both sides is difficult for me. When you're trying, you can't answer to two masters, or you can't fully support one or the other. So where it comes to that chief staff attorney, I understand the need and the intent for the superintendent. And, you know, to Mr. Fisher's point, to see how that works thereafter, it's fine. I think that the people that we have on this team do an amazing job. From what I've seen in my interactions with them, you know, in my limited ability from, you know, since November, they're very engaged, but they do the operations. They are working in the operations piece of the school. So that's my piece where they are doing the operational work that falls under their superintendent. So again, I support with that chief of staff attorney. As far as the rest of the umbrella and the structure, I guess if that has to go down the line, that's fine. But again, supporting that org chart and that chief of staff attorney, that's where I sit.
Thank you. I'll just be as quickly as I can. So when I was looking at, I've had a couple of, you know, days to let this all marinate also. And what I keep thinking is not so much about, I mean, it's very important who answers to who, but I put my teacher hat back on, and I was an educator in this district in 2010, and I have seen exactly what this chart is displaying, but I've seen it in real time, not just on numbers. Teachers leaving the district, morale going, I mean, morale at a significant low of all time, which impacts our students. When we have unhappy teachers, we have unhappy students. We have been very top-heavy. Unfortunately, the last 3 years, it's been, I mean, that blew my mind. But like Ms. Shaviano pointed, when you go to the next slide, slide 7, so we've gone up in students, but it's like all we talk about is how important students are, and that's the reason why we're here. That doesn't display that mindset on that chart. And then if you go to, it must be slides 8, 10 maybe, they're not numbered. I mean, we all want to be number one. I'm not settling for second best. I hear all the time about, well, this was good and this was working. Well, good's not my benchmark. Why aren't we settling for great? Because I'm not settling for good. And I am just of the mindset we cannot continue to do the same thing. There's a name for that, and expecting different results. And that is what this chart is saying we have been doing. I'm just going to put on the record a couple of things about the org chart. I completely support it. The only thing I'm a little concerned about is underneath the associate superintendent, the director of arts, athletics, activities, and administration. I'm just a little concerned that that is a huge lift for one person. So we have such amazing athletes, so we have a lot of those activities going on in the district and a lot of employees and volunteers that fall underneath that. We also have amazing arts and musicians, and we have all these events, all these teachers, and all these students and volunteers that help run, marching band days take 20 volunteer adults to run, so that, I'm just a little concerned about that being one person's job. But you spoke about a succession plan, and I know that you're going to work on something like that, so that way maybe that does divide in two eventually, because it sounds to me like this is a living, breathing document. That's kind of why I'm trusting both of you, I'm trusting the team that this is going to benefit our students. Ms. Jordan's right, our mental and physical health of our students falls under the safety umbrella regarding that piece you spoke about earlier. To me, as a board member, it's my job to continue to hold the superintendent and her staff's feet to the fire when it comes to this piece. I am not an expert in the mental and emotional health of students, so but I know that we have them. So that part I'm trusting. And I do agree with Mr. Fisher about the one legal team. I think it's important that our superintendent have someone she can trust, he or she, because let's face it, this is an elected position and this won't always be the same people up here, same thing with the board. So I'm kind of thinking about into the future, not the right here and now. Because I trust this board and I think we work very well together, but I'm thinking about the future if something were to change here and down on the other end. So I completely support the chief of staff for the chief of staff attorney for the superintendent. I agree with Mr. Fisher. Maybe we see how this plays out, and I just really appreciate the heavy lift on this because this is no light work, and I know this went well past the working hours here at the district. So I think you should be very proud of this. I think this is a great start, and those are my comments. Anyone else? Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Savage. Pleasure. Next up is going to be job descriptions with Suzette Rivera. She will be presenting that to us. I just want to note it is 5:16 p.m. and we still have public comment.
I'll stay. In case it's substantive, I'll be great. Just if you want to say something, jump in.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we had for you several job descriptions for your review. So right now we're here to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Dr. Carlin, do you have anything at this time?
I do not. We just look forward to your conversation and your questions.
Okay. Board members, Mr. Persons, I'll ask you first. Would you like to weigh in on the job descriptions?
No, not this time. I'm fine.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Jordan?
Well, again, it's the Director of Physical and Mental Health, so we've already spoke about that kind of with the organizational chart. I still have concerns regarding these job descriptions, and I want to make sure that, and I'm sure we all understand this, once we approve these job descriptions, they can hire, anybody can be hired at the minimum qualifications. And I wish that we would increase our minimum qualifications, because if you look at some of these, and I think that, and I'm not sure if I am correct on that, the senior coordinator for physical and mental health, I don't know if the bachelor's is what they need in order to supervise, or if they have to have a master's. So that would be a question. Because I believe they have to have a master's degree in order to supervise anyone in those fields. And that's the same with the assistant director for the physical and mental health services as well. And they also, that's what they need as well, is a bachelor's degree. And I know we have the HIPAA and everything else that we have to be concerned about. And that, again, is something that is not in here anywhere in these job descriptions. And
I'll take a stab at it first, and then Ms. Rivera can add in anything that I may be omitting. So I pulled up so I could see director, assistant director, senior coordinator of mental health and physical mental health related services. Again, the structure, as we kind of talked about earlier, is that the director is ultimately the one responsible for pulling that together. The minimum qualifications provides for that flexibility for that director, bless you, that for whoever it is, that as they assess their skill set, knowing that these represent a lot of diverse, varied areas within those fields, that each one of them is a specialized area, but the leader has to be the one to pull it all together and ultimately provides a strategic direction for that area. Those other folks, whether it's in the senior coordinator or the assistant director, really become a part of that team. It's really a leadership team to support the function of that entire department, which pulls together all those different areas under that comprehensive school mental health model. So that said, let's say that you hired a person who was an expert in school psychology as the director. They would already have that really strong skill set, so they may decide to, in the totality of offerings, to have a qualified person at the senior coordinator level to help facilitate expertise related to nursing, as we did in this district for many years. Again, I remember the person who did it was at a coordinator level, and that happened. And then maybe the assistant director becomes someone who features more of a school counseling and social work background. It really depends, but again, similar in our schools, when we lead schools, we all have different strengths. We all bring different expertise. Dr. Carl and myself, we're good at different things. You make sure that your team is really the one responsible for that work. The minimum qualifications are just that. They are minimums. What we have found is we've had folks come from non-traditional candidate pools from different areas, and they end up becoming some incredible high caliber people. They didn't necessarily come through the field of education. And so it really allows for that minimum qualification. But at the end of the day, the superintendent is accountable for all the results that we get in this particular area. That is her accountability. So every recommendation she brings forward to you, whether they meet the minimum quals or not, she brings forward candidates who sometimes don't, and then it requires the board to vote accordingly. She's still accountable for the results no matter what. So I just want to kind of surface that just generalized piece that the job description gives you. It helps applicants understand what we're looking for from a qualifications. It helps HR get that initial screening so that we aren't having unqualified people who don't meet those. But at the same time, it also, depending on the screening procedure utilized, helps to enhance for people who far exceed those, to elevate those candidates, but ultimately becomes a function of that hiring process. Ms. Ferret, anything you want to add?
No, nothing to add now.
So we would not want to put anything in there. We would not want to put anything in these job descriptions. And again, I understand that that the superintendent is accountable. However, we as the board are accountable for creating these and approving these, because then it's on us because we have done that and we said, okay, yes, we all agree with this. These are wonderful. Here you go. Now we'll hold you accountable. So with that, there's nothing in here about the Medicaid. There's nothing in here about any of those that would pertain to any of these jobs. Do we just leave that blank and assume that everybody knows that?
You had a specific concern about Medicaid, is my understanding?
Well, Medicaid is another part of this.
Right. I'll just go ahead and pull the director first.
I actually Googled a lot of these job descriptions.
Again, it's a very, obviously the area represents the entirety of educational mental health related field, as well as our physical health side of this, physiological health. You could not, it's hard to pick a more complex body of work. It's substantial. I mean, you could pick just one of them, the physical health related to nursing. That in and of itself would be substantial. No one's diminishing any of that. What we're saying essentially is this is designed to communicate to your prospective employees, what is this job? What are the credentials looking for? Then in those interview questions, they're developed really to try to ascertain is it have the requisite level of knowledge that I want to put a recommendation for to this board. And that's essentially what this represents. It should describe the body of work. It's not always going to get to a level of granularity. That's a matter of, again, style. I hate to say that. I've looked at a lot of different school district job descriptions. Some go very light and they just are very essentialist. They're one page. Others are very robust and have 4 to 6 pages that spell out much more detail. It really is a stylistic preference. The difference here is the body of work. I think it's pretty clear to you, clear to us, and that's really essentially what to the hiring manager would have to also be very clear. Please, anything you want to add?
The next one is the Director of Budget and Grants. In that job description, the summary and the minimum qualifications, it says nothing about understanding or knowing anything about grants.
It does, in minimal. It does, in minimal.
Yes, in item 2, it does say 8 years of full-time progressively experienced both in budgeting, finance, grants.
Oh, I apologize, See, I made a mistake. I can say that. Oh, and who do they respond, who do they answer to? Who's the designated person for them?
Budget and grants?
Yes.
That is really a discretion of the CFO. So that's it's a great question just in general for all the board members. The executive director positions that come forward, those report to their respective chiefs. They have the discretion of whether they'd want to assign them over a particular area. Like, for example, right now in business services, they don't compartmentalize a director under an executive. That allows that executive a more global function. However, in some cases, they may choose to do that. That's a matter of the discretion of the chief of how they want to organize their body of work. And that could be sometimes functionally based on the expertise. And the example I'll give you is the student services area that you've articulated. Depending on the expertise of the individuals in those various leadership roles, they may very want to segregate an area of responsibility, much in the present silo nature of the way we organize, or they may want more global understanding to say, no, you may have that expertise, but ultimately you're going to be a consultative expert to that person. You're not going to supervise those people. You'll provide that kind of expertise. It depends on ultimately who serves in those functions and how they want to organize it. And that's no different, to be honest, of any of our schools or departments presently.
Thank you. And
Great
then the Assistant Director, Human Resource Operations, why would we take down the minimum qualifications from 8 years to 6 years?
That would go in line more with our other assistant directors. That's specifically why we did that one that way.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I do know that we need to get to public comment, and I don't know if we want to maybe.
Well, this is the problem that we have with these job descriptions. They're on our agenda for tonight for us to vote on. So I will be pulling them because I will not be able to vote on these because we do not have adequate time to speak about it because of the time constraint. And this is what happens when we pulled one meeting together. So I thank you so much, but I do want to hear what everybody has to say.
Okay. So just note that this item will be pulled. I know that traditionally we try to email each other, but I just want to note that. But let's go ahead and move on to public comment.
And just for the timing situation, because it's 5:26 and we do have a student performance tonight, so they usually start kind of filing in around 5:30. So we can go ahead and start with the public comment, and hopefully the kids will have enough time to set up, but we may be running a little bit behind. They won't be able to set up exactly at 5:30. So let me go very quickly.
Thank you.
Chair. Okay. School board policy provides the opportunity at this point in the meeting to address the board concerning any matter on this meeting's agenda. If you completed a public comment card, please provide it to staff. Public comment will be held at the podium in the center aisle and front. Please be advised that the board will not respond during public comment to remarks made by speakers. Abuse of language defined as swearing, use of profanity, or name-calling is prohibited. Speakers who fail to follow proper decorum in the chambers will be ruled out of order. Any speaker continuing with such remarks will be required to relinquish the microphone per Board Policy 0169.1 and may be removed from the chambers. There will be one warning. Per Board Policy 0169.1, the time per speaker is 3 minutes if there are 20 or less. You will find a countdown on the big screens in the front of the room. Once your time has elapsed, the microphone will automatically shut off. Please state your name when you approach the microphone. I will call you 5 speakers at a time. Madam Chair, there are 8 individuals that would like to address the board.
Proceed.
Will the following individuals please line up? And just to make sure there's nobody else in the audience that would like to address that didn't fill out a public comment card. Okay, if you could. Okay, I will call Christy Ricord, Robin Clark, Monica Papalardo, Camila Freed, and Emma Brulard. And if you can please step to the microphone, Ms. Ricord. Just one at a time. If you can, if you can stay back there and we just have one speaker at a time at the podium, please.
Good afternoon, or I guess evening as it is.
And let's wait for the clock to come on so you can get your full 3 minutes. Okay, there you go.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Christy Pecor. This is my 26th year with the school district, and it is the first time my colleagues and I have ever felt inclined to discuss district changes with the board. We are worried about the potential changes that student services will harm our children. Florida defines your student services as your school counselors, your school social workers, your school nurses, and your school psychologists. Our county organizes school counselors as school-based staff. They report to and are evaluated by school principals, but we have always organized our school social workers, nurses, and psychologists as district staff. Psychologists are obligated to serve all children, whether they are enrolled in public school, charter school, private school, or homeschooled. All families in Lee County are entitled to all of our services, not just our mental health services. We are the link between all of the students and all of the programs and all of the schools across the county. We are highly educated and specific in our roles. We serve and must have district supervisors who understand and can evaluate us as practitioners. Currently, those roles are filled by Wally Colon, who is the director of your school nurses, and Amy Clark, who is the director of your social workers and your school psychologists. Amy and Wally have both been recognized by state and national organizations for excellence in their respective fields. Best practice requires that our direct supervisor be a psychologist. Someone outside of our area of expertise cannot know if we've chosen the correct instruments to give, if we've scored those instruments correctly, if we've properly interpreted them, and then appropriately conveyed that information to parents and staff. Only another school psychologist has the skill set to accurately evaluate our performance and ensure our students and families are served ethically. This is also one of the first questions potential recruits will ask. Research consistently shows professional supervision improves job satisfaction, professional growth, and staff retention, particularly in high-demand roles such as ours. Lee County is already the worst-performing large district in the state in terms of student-to-psychologist ratio, with ours being 1 psychologist per 2,600 students. The recommended ratio is 1 to 500. If we lose Amy, we lose staff, and we see the ratio's improvement in the recent years evaporate. Other school districts, upon seeing this dramatic and confusing shift in the organizational chart, have already contacted and attempted to recruit current Lee County employees as they view the district's conduct as the perfect opportunity to seize top talent. Thank you. My colleagues will continue our thoughts.
Do I start now? Good afternoon. I'm Robin Clark, a school psychologist with Lee County for 17 years with no relation to Amy Clark. Before Amy joined the district in 2018, the universities in the state would not allow their students to intern in Lee County because of our policies and lack of adequate supervision. School psychology interns already have master's degrees and are earning their specialist degree. They work as full-functioning psychologists at significant savings to the district. School psychologists are able to bill Medicaid at the highest rate for virtually all of the services that we provide for students. Before Amy's leadership, this was not done to the fullest extent, which resulted in hundreds of thousands of lost dollars as reimbursement to the taxpayer. Legally, in order for psychologists to continue billing Medicaid for the services that we must be supervised by a licensed or certified school psychologist. In the past, when our supervisor was not a psychologist, and because that person did not fundamentally understand us, what we do, and our roles, we were told to test an unethical number of children in a day, to test children out of order, and to not evaluate children who were already out of compliance. We were told to go around or misinterpret the law and go and ignore our ethical obligations. This resulted in many staff complaints to HR and a founded bullying complaint as well. Further, that person ordered tests that were out of date and inappropriate, wasting about $50,000, and then failed to plan to order a test that had been normatively updated. This was done not out of malice. It was simply because that person did not have a fundamental understanding of the laws, regulations, and ethical practices required to be a school psychologist. If the district moves forward with this plan, our progress will roll back dramatically. It will harm our children, families, and staff through reduced and inefficient psychological services. To provide the most effective and efficient psychological services to our students, our supervisor also needs to be a colleague of and equivalent to the principals and the ESE director. There are times when we make decisions and advocate for children, families, and staff where principals may disagree. In order to be true advocates for children, we must have the autonomy and protection. We must do right by the students. Thank you. My colleague will continue on with our next concerns.
Hello, I'm Monica Pappalardo, and I've been with the district for 12 years. ESE and psychological services should work hand in hand because so many of our decisions are judgment calls. Most of our actions and the decisions we make are not clear-cut and often depend upon the situation, facts, and the data available. At times, we need someone with the breadth and depth of knowledge like Amy to help us decide which choice is the most appropriate for the family and reduces liability to the district. Amy is the contact with the state and stays current on new regulations and the intent behind the law. She is our link to the Department of Education, and colleagues from other departments frequently rely on her for advice to navigate these situations. Our department is respectfully asking the board to consider pulling the changes proposed in student services in order to consult with stakeholders when reworking any structural changes. We specifically request that the proposed role of Director of Physical and Mental Health Services be rewritten or changed entirely. Currently, the minimum requirement for this position is a master's degree in health services, school counseling, social work, psychology, or a related field. As we've discussed, these roles are highly specialized and require leaders with specific expertise and experience in each area. We urge you to reconsider the structure of these positions, as it's unrealistic for one individual to effectively lead across all these areas. This could significantly impact children and families and potentially lead to legal consequences for the district. Additionally, we want to highlight that 4 new directors in student services were created this year, while 3 existing director positions are being consolidated into 1. This approach not only seems ineffective in terms of cost saving, but more importantly, fails to prioritize the best interests of students. If the goal is to not get rid of specialized and highly qualified individuals, then we need to maintain the current student services leadership or pull and rework this plan. The omissions of federal and state mandated service requirements, specialized clinical knowledge, oversight of student evaluations, eligibility determinations, and delivery of related services through IEPs and 504 weakens our program integrity and exposes the district to significant legal and ethical risks. These consequences will have both immediate and long-term effects on students, families, and the district's reputation. We appreciate your attention to this matter and your commitment to protecting the health, safety, and rights of our students. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kamiley Freed. I'm a school psychologist with the district, but tonight I am representing my school social worker colleagues. As you know, Amy is not only Director of Psychological Services, but also School Social Work Services. She is a true leader who shares knowledge and has worked to break down silos and foster great efficiency. She's been the driving force behind moving our record keeping to focus, making significant strides in improving and simplifying many processes. She's been a valuable asset to the district, always with the singular goal of helping students succeed, which in turn benefits the entire district. On behalf of my colleagues, I would like to share with you that Amy is the project manager over the Title IX grant for students experiencing housing challenges and is the director of Project Access. Amy has been an advocate for these vulnerable students to ensure they receive the same education success as any other student. Amy has directed her liaison for Project Access to ensure students who have housing challenges are accurately identified and supportive services are provided to students and parents. Under her direction, Project Access has provided tutoring and engagement to Southward Village students in their community, STEM camp for children in emergency shelter through Human and Veteran Services, and a renter's course through Florida Legal Aid and Affordable Homeownership Foundation for parents in the community. Amy's leadership is essential in supporting our students and parents who are experiencing housing displacement, disruption, or inadequacy. Thank you.
You can come on down.
Good evening, members of the board. Dr. Carlin, my name is Jorge Pajares. I'm a fourth-year school psychologist, bilingual school psychologist, for Lee County. My colleagues have mentioned the many achievements and accomplishments that Amy Clark has completed over her years as the Director of Psychological and Social Work Services. To be quite transparent, this proposed change will open this district to many lawsuits, many settlements that will counteract the savings that this proposal would suggest that we would have. We've dealt as school psychologists, many advocates, many lawyers that dealt with IEP supports, MTSS, being done with Fidelity, and these many services that our students need. Amy Clark, as again, the Florida Association of School Psychologists president, has been tremendously helpful and insightful with the recruitment of building this team and continuing to build this team to that NAS requirement of the 1 in 500. One thing that we really talk about is that collaboration and that high performance that Amy Clark provides to this team, to the district, and just providing not only the help for us as school psychologists, but the principals at our many schools, and making sure that not only that these students get these services that they need, but they done in an ethical and legal manner. And without Amy Clark, those supports may be removed, and we will be at risk of losing those kind of supports in our schools. Despite her being a central office staff member, clearly these fingerprints are within our schools and with our students in our community. So I just ask for you to consider changing this proposed plan to consider that Amy Clark's just impact and how she's been doing with our students in our community. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Janine Worthley. I'm a school psychologist, and I'm at the end of my third year here in the district. I was going to speak on the accolades of Amy Clark, but my colleagues have all done such a wonderful job. But I did want to point something out to the board. 10 school psychologists have been sitting here since 1 o'clock this afternoon. That's about 25% of the department. We only have about 40 of us. 25% of us used our personal time and left our professional responsibilities for this afternoon after we learned about this on Friday. This is how committed we are to this, and we understand that if you even lost 25% of us, there's no way to make that back. That is an enormous loss for the students of this district. And Ms. Jordan, we all would like to thank you for advocating for them. I would like to ask a simple question. You had stated, one of you stated, that you were not an expert on mental health. Who did consult with mental health providers when they did this reorganization? Could any of you describe for me the difference in the work that is performed by a school psychologist versus the work that is performed by a mental health counselor? If I asked any of you for 30 seconds to describe what we do, would you be able to do that? We are not the same. We are cousins, but we are definitely not siblings. We have very different roles. And as has been mentioned many times, we're specialists. To have someone whose minimum requirement is a bachelor's degree to be a coordinator over the school psychologist when every one of us has a minimum master's in education as well as an education specialist degree. How is a person with a bachelor's level supposed to supervise us? And you can only study school psychology at a graduate level. So somebody with the BA would not even know what a school psychologist does. And after sitting here for the last 4 hours, what I have understood is that there is a disconnect between the understanding of what society and the public may think. The word school psychologist and the word mental health counselor, they are not interchangeable at all. And I implore you, along with my colleagues, Amy Clark is the best person that you have in this role. And if you lose her, you're going to lose some of us. You yourself recognize her accomplishments at the school board in December when she was elected as the president of the Florida Association of School Psychologists. You need to keep her because the students of Lee County deserve her. Thank you for your time.
Madam Chair, that concludes public comment.
All right, thank you. Due to time, we are going to move good of the order and other business to tonight's action meeting, if that's okay with the board.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I'm being told that there's additional speakers, or there's still additional speakers? Okay. So
I
let's
see
go.
a Paula Porter on my list.
Okay, so let's get the additional speakers. So that will be Paula Porter, Marge Cox, and is there an Emma Broliard as well?
Dr. Paula Porter, Lehigh Acres. I'm doing something a little different tonight than I normally do when I address the board. I am here basically to acknowledge the positive efforts of a former colleague of mine, Lasheba Travis McCarter, who has helped graduating seniors at Cape Coral High School receive $15 million in scholarships and grants this year. At the town hall meeting that we had at Cape Coral High School earlier this year, the principal and I talked about that, and he showed me the wall of seniors that they got their pictures put up there when they received their scholarships and grants. I want to stress that this is a wonderful achievement. Last year she got $12 million in helping the students. This year she's got the $15 million, and you just imagine the benefit that this is going to give these students when they graduate college, and they're not going to have the financial crutch of student loans. I think that this shows that the school counselors are very important to our students, and they should be acknowledged as well. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Marge Cox from Bonita Springs. I'm a retired media specialist, and I promise to talk fast tonight because I know you've got another meeting coming. I gave a packet to the secretary so that you could see the items that I want to speak to. I know you're working to improve Lee County test scores and student achievement. I've included data about one way to increase the chances of that happening. If you'll add certified library media specialists to your school libraries and improve your library programming, the data that is listed there, and I've sent it to you as an email as well so that you can quickly click on the links. There is data, not just opinion, but hard data that shows the difference library media specialists, trained library media specialists, I would say specifically with Masters of Library Science are your best bet, can make in your libraries and will improve your student achievement. They've done it again and again. The ones that are listed here are from 2024, 2023. It goes back to 2013. It is not new data. It gets replicated again and again as it shows the difference they can make in your school libraries. They will make a difference for your student achievement because they will help students to not only be better readers, but also to be discerning and understanding the ton of information that's coming across in our lives today. They will help the staff because they're going to be able to provide in-service, so that provides another link. They will help in terms of the collections and the programming that's appropriate and available to them. In 2016, the American Association of School Librarians awarded the National School Library Program of the Year Award to Veterans Memorial in Naples. I was the media specialist at that time. We also received 2 Florida Power Library Awards. Libraries can make an amazing difference. Well-staffed libraries can make amazing difference for your students and staff. As you're looking at ways to make a difference for student achievement, please consider the data that's included here. Thank you.
Is Emma Brolyard here? Emma Brolyard? Okay, thank you. Now, Madam Chair. Oh, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Fisher, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure, as we're in time constraints right now, Board, please be ready to be seated at 6, but at that point, unless there's an objection, I'm going to take a recess so we don't shortchange the time of our student performance. Thank you.
Thank you. Today, we are going to have a student performance shortly following the close of this meeting. At this point, having no other business to come before this body and seeing no objection, this meeting is adjourned and the time is 5:49 p.m.